know what,
Have you had time to read the minutes? Are you okay?
I'm okay with the minutes.
Okay.
You know what, I'm gonna stay, and if they say something,
You're okay.
that's fine.
Okay, do you,
Oh, this doesn't have a view.
this is forward, this is back. Okay, and that's the, okay, okay. They have a couple other things to do first.
I'm gonna go. Kathy,
I don't remember to hit them out.
Kathy, I spoke with, and I'm gonna stay around for this way.
Okay.
Okay.
Good evening, and welcome to the March 13, 2019 meeting of the City of Lake Forest Plan Commission. I'm Rosemary Kerr, Chairman of the Commission. At this time, I would like to ask members of the Commission to introduce themselves, beginning with,
Steve Douglas.
thank you.
Monica Ruggles.
Guy Berg.
Michael Freeman.
Susan Atkinson.
And from city staff, we have Kathy Cerniak, who is Director of Community Development. Our first item of business is approval of the minutes from the February 13, 2019 meeting. Do any members have corrections or requests for clarification?
Chairman Kerr, I have just one addition, Kathy. On page 9, that first paragraph, looks like it's 3 sentences in, where it says, she stated that a development on the order of Regents Row may be a good option for the area. And could you add in, because of its architectural design and 2.5-story height? Thank you. That's all I have. Thanks.
Any other comments from Commissioner?
On page 2, the last 2 lines, I believe the word rending in both lines should be rendering.
Thanks, Commissioner Douglas. Any other comments? Hearing those corrections, which will be incorporated, is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of approving the February 13, 2019 minutes of the Plan Commission meeting say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes. Our first item of business tonight is consideration of a request for approval of 1, an amendment to an annexation agreement, 2, an amendment to an existing special use permit to allow a change of use from office commercial to institutional and commercial, with the institutional portion being assisted living and a memory care facility. 3, the variances from established setbacks. 4, a site plan for the proposed institutional use. 5, a conceptual site plan for future commercial uses. 6, tree removal and circulation plans. And 7, a tentative plat of subdivision. The property is located on the southeast corner of Route 60 and Saunders Road, and it's commonly known as Amberley Woods. Property owners are Pendulum Lake Forest Partners, LLC, Jason P.C. Smith, 50% owner, and Middleton Partners, LLC, 50% owner. Developer is Oakley Development LLC with Bill Bierman, Dan Thies, and Dan Trutzel, Scott Sachtelman, and Jim Coman. Sorry if I've mispronounced any, gentlemen. And Representative Jason Smith and others. At this time, do any committee members have any conflicts of interest or ex parte contacts to declare? All right, seeing none, we would now like to swear in all parties who will be giving testimony. Would you each state your name, please? I'm sorry, Jason Smith. Jerry Callahan. Bill Bierman. Dan Teese, thanks. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give or have previously given is true and correct to your best knowledge? Thank you. Now the petitioner is invited to present the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Jerry Callahan. I'm with the law firm of O'Donnell, Callahan, and Haddad. We represent the petitioner, the Oakley Development Group. As mentioned, Bill Bierman and Dan Thies are here from Oakley representing them this evening. Also, Jason Smith is here representing the ownership entity, Pendulum Lake Forest Partners, LLC. The subject of the hearing is an 8.5 acre parcel, which is part of the Amberley Woods subdivision. Amberley Woods is a little over 38 acres, located south of Route 60 between Saunders Road and Conway Farms Road. The actual 8.5 acre parcel is comprised of lots 25 and 27 in that subdivision. The request, as mentioned, is for an amendment of the annexation agreement and the special use ordinance that govern the use of the property presently. We're also requesting a re-subdivision of lots 25 and 27 into 3 lots. If approved, Oakley would acquire from Pendulum the south lot and would construct a 100-bed assisted living and memory care facility. The northerly portion of the property, which would be the 2 northerly lots, would be retained by Pendulum, and Pendulum proposes development of the property with retail, restaurant, hospitality, and service uses. And as I mentioned, ownership would remain in Pendulum. Yesterday, we received the staff report, and the staff report contains a suggestion, I believe, that this proceeding should be referred to the city council in order for the city council to weigh in on the proposed uses. The focus of this hearing tonight, for Kathy's staff report, is to consider the uses. Notwithstanding that we support that, we would like to hear the Plan Commission's thoughts on the uses and receive a recommendation on the uses so that that could be taken into consideration by the city council should you agree with that approach. So as I mentioned, Jason Smith is here on behalf of Pendulum. He's going to describe the property and his proposed uses, followed by Bill Bierman from Oakley. Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you very much for having me. I'm very happy to be here. We think we have an exciting plan to present to you, and love to get your feedback. As he said, my name is Jason Smith. I grew up in Lake Forest. I'm 50% owner of this property. We look to you for guidance for the uses for this property, what we've done right and perhaps what we may have done wrong. A little history on this site is roughly 4 years ago, we started meeting with the city, having conversations with staff with regard to what type of use they would like to see, because we have by right zoning for 84,000 square feet of office. And instead of going the direction of hiring an office broker or partnering with a medical office developer, we heard very clearly that the city would like to see retail and restaurants on this site. And so we hired 2 different retail brokers. We started to move down the path of getting retailers. And in essence, this is the result of our plan moving forward here. So first, this is the location of the property. It's the first intersection heading east off of I-94. This shows you sort of competitive map of retailers. There's really two spots, downtown Lake Forest, and then West Lake Forest over here, and then 2.4 miles directly to the west of our site is Vernon Hills. This is our development plan. So as you can see in the back, we have the boutique assisted living facility with 100 beds. On the corner here, we're showing a restaurant. This could be a restaurant or a bank. This could be a retail strip center with office above. And we've really tried to design it to look like Lake Forest using Market Square as our inspiration. We are negotiating with various restaurants right now. We have 2 that we're negotiating with. But part of the issue that we have is without having the zoning and understanding of exactly what we can build, we actually can't even quote our rents because we can't back into what the numbers would be. This is the landscaping plan. We've worked extensively with Mariani Landscaping to go through this, and they've come up with a great plan, we feel like. I've met with the neighbor group to the condo association on the east side and the homeowners to the south of our property, and we've gotten very clear understanding of what they would like to see, and so we would like to work with them as far as relocating trees onto a new berm that buffers the 2 properties, along with a cul-de-sac, which I'll show you a little bit later. This would be the view of the property as you're heading east on Route 60. So again, we've got a 60-foot setback, which is actually 73 feet off of the curb cut proposed. And this is a large 9,000 square foot restaurant. We're actually talking with Rosewood Restaurants. They've given me permission to say their name. And they're a Michelin, 3-star Michelin rated restaurant, one of 3 that were outside of the city limits of Chicago. Here's the bird's eye view. And you can see what we've done here is had patio space for the restaurant. The assisted living use is a very nice transitional use. It's an elegant design. Obviously, we know that we will be going through the ARC if this is something that is supported, and that at that point, we'll finalize the architecture. This shows you an image of the retail building. Again, Market Square is our inspiration here. We've been talking to Jersey Mike's Subs. We've talked to a brewery called Liquid Sanity. All of these are people that we're negotiating with, but without having any retail approval for zoning, it's nearly impossible to move it forward. This is showing a bank on the corner. We do have a bank interested in the site, and then this is showing what would be Rosewood Restaurants or another restaurant like that. And we could easily switch this out for another restaurant. We need the parking. And this shows you a patio view of the site, and that would be where people would be having dining and facilities. This is another corner view. Here's the entrance off of Saunders. And we decided to do another image of this as if it were a red brick building versus a white brick building, because we don't know what the ARC would say about white versus red, so we just thought we would throw that in there. And this kind of shows you the context of the area where the surrounding businesses are. And this is kind of an interesting slide, but as a generation as large as the baby boomers is always going to have a profound impact on the world. We are at the edge of a demographic cliff right now, and we need to prepare for it. The U.S. Census states that the baby boomer population is 76 million people, which is 26% of the population. The oldest of these baby boomers just turned 73 years old, and on December 31st, 2029, the last of these baby boomers will turn 65. At every stage of the baby boomer's life, from infancy through old age, simply due to the massive size of this population, the average age of this group has been the driving factor for investment in the U.S. An example of this is over the lifespan of the baby boomers, the housing market has adapted to the baby boomers' age and status. When the baby boomers averaged an age between 35 and 50, a massive amount of houses on the North Shore and the western suburbs were torn down, redeveloped into McMansions or remodeled to accommodate this demographic change. And now, as the baby boomers are beginning to retrench their assets, many of these homes are flooding the market. Now and into the future, we need to provide the options for the baby boomers as they age. The baby boomer demographic looks for high-quality, best-in-class services, accommodations, and living spaces that can be truly loved and lived in. And right now, I'm going to hand it over to Dan Thies, and he can talk about the market study and other relevant information.
Thank you, Jason. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dan Thies. I'm a partner in Oakley Development Group. We are a development group that specializes in luxury senior living. We're headquartered in St. Louis, Missouri. This would be our first endeavor into the Chicago market. And our broker right away said, Lake Forest, if I could find you something there, would you want to be there? And we said, absolutely. Anybody, even in St. Louis, I had not heard of Lake Forest, but I bring up to Lake Forest to people in St. Louis, and people say the North Shore and speak very highly of Lake Forest. What we would propose to build on this property is approximately 80,000 square feet. It's 100 beds. 70% of those beds would be assisted living. 30% of those would be memory care. The average age of our residents is approximately 83 years old, with 75% of those being female. Construction time on the project is approximately 12 months from the day we would receive permits. And as part of coming into Lake Forest, we've had some dialogue with the city or the village about the possibility of we would propose to run a room tax of $50 a month per bed that would be contributed to the city to help offset any costs that might be incurred with EMS services. And I'm available for questions or.
Thanks. Normally, the petitioner will make their presentation, and then staff will respond, and then we open it to questions from the commissioners.
All right, thank you.
Do you want to do this one? Or do you want to? Okay. So we call this a boutique assisted living facility. I think it's a very important differentiation between that and an institutional use, which is part of the zoning classification. The Lake Forest market area was defined upon market trends analysis and drive times and local barriers. In 2018, Lake Forest market area had an estimated population of 100,000 people. Currently, there are 36,000 households of all ages in Lake Forest. As of today, there are only 226 assisted living beds and 138 assisted living memory care beds in existence in the Lake Forest market area to meet the needs of Lake Forest residents. As of last week, we were advised by salespeople at Lake Forest Place and the Sheraton at Green Oaks that they did not have any availability of assisted living portions of their buildings. Within a 5-mile radius of our site, assisted living facilities are running at an average occupancy in the mid-80s. This includes all categories of assisted living facilities. This indicates that today, before the upcoming cliff of demographics ahead of us, that there are not enough assisted living or memory care beds in the Lake Forest market area to meet the existing demand. How will Lake Forest service this increased demand over the next 30 years as it increases every year at that point? Of the 36,000 households, 5,400 of them are comprised of at least one resident age 75 or older. Currently, 14.8% of the total households within the Lake Forest market area include residents age 75 or older. Based on the demographic trends, there will be approximately 6,048 households with a resident age 75 years old or older in the Lake Forest market by the year 2023, which is likely when we would be delivering this, or slightly before. This equates to a 2.3% increase from today. Lake Forest has an older demographic than other Illinois markets or the U.S. market and target markets, which is currently indexed at 12.6%. What is the meaning of all this data? As of today, based on the current demographics in Lake Forest market, There's an existing shortfall of 91 assisted living beds and 54 assisted living memory care beds, for a total shortfall of 55 beds. This shortfall will increase every year over the next 30 years as the baby boomers age. Oakley Assisted Living's proposal here is to provide a boutique assisted living facility to help service the Lake Forest market by adding 100 beds for residents that need assistance and memory care. Just like when Lake Forest Place was built and the Lake Forest community of residents embraced it as a great amenity to Lake Forest, if allowed, Oakley Assisted Living will be a great addition to Lake Forest and will help service this community. Definition of boutique is a small dwelling which typically has between 10 and 100 rooms in a unique setting with upscale accommodations and individualized unique selling points. I'm not going to go through all of these because we don't have time, but you can take a look here. They have a really amazing program, indoor movie theater, indoor dining facilities, indoor library, wellness, art, theater, quite a bit of extras. This is the architecture, and you want to roll through the next.
My name is Bill Bierman, and I'm, as Dan noted, I'm with Oakley Development as well. And quickly, just to give you a flavor of what we have done, we wanted to provide you. This is obviously a first pass at an elevation. We try and marry our architecture with.
Excuse me, but could you speak a little closer to the microphone?
Sure, I can.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm a mumbler a little bit anyway. So, but we're not married to any architecture. We can tailor our building to fit, with the addition of stone and brick to fit any architectural style. But we wanted to come up with, just based upon our first tour of the market, we came up with our architect and toured the area and tried to match something that we thought would sort of match the existing palette of buildings. And so this is what we came up with so far. And then the next few slides are just indicative of the kind of amenities that we have. Like, for example, this is a theater room at a facility or one of our buildings. Also, as I scroll down, this is just an interior lounge sitting area. This is a reading room. And the purpose of these slides is just to give you a flavor of the level of service and the living environments, because these are people's homes, these are their residences. I mean, we want people to be comfortable and have very active lifestyles at our buildings. That's sort of what we pride ourselves on, and in order to do that, you have to have the right kind of living space and staff to provide that level of service that our residents have come to become accustomed to over the course of their lives. Again, this is an interior shot of one of our units. That's just I'll call it the living area, the living room of one of our one-bedroom units. This is just a little breakfast area where the residents gather in the morning. This is not our formal dining room, but it's just an informal eating area where people gather in the mornings and do, sort of see what the daily activities are, read the paper, and just have coffee together. And the only other thing I would like to add about the demographics that I think would be of interest to the city would be that, based upon Dan and I have done many of these buildings all over, truthfully, and we have found that our resident already lives in Lake Forest. We're going to pull from a pretty tight circle around our building. Generally speaking, it's about 75, somewhere around there, 5% to 80% of our residents will come from a 3-mile radius of our building. So we're not pulling people, because we have found people want to, if they're from Lake Forest, they want to stay in Lake Forest. They don't want to go somewhere else. Because they're friends or family, and it's just a matter of convenience, and they're proud to be Lake Forest residents. So that's why we believe this is an ideal spot, because it allows us to provide and fill a need that we, based upon our studies and our third-party studies, have determined a need that is unmet in this community. Oh, yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I know we have such a short window to be in front of you, so I'm sorry that we're going so fast. As part of our proposal, we did a cost-benefit analysis. We were asked specifically by the staff to look at the cost of the EMS services, as that was one thing that they had highlighted to us. The analysis used a baseline of 20% of its demand being from residents that are already in Lake Forest, and you just heard that they think it's going to be more like 70%. And the worst look at the, using this methodology of 20% over a 20-year period, a maximum public service cost of $640,000, which is adjusted for inflation, is estimated as the burden for Lake Forest. This figure would, however, be lower at $240,000 if Oakley's estimate is correct and the property is able to attract up to 70% of its tenants from Lake Forest. As part of the proposal, Oakley has offered a development impact fee to pay for the city of Lake Forest $50 per occupied bed at the facility per month. If that's stabilized at 95%, this equates to an offering of $990,000 over a 20-year period. So they're far exceeding in offering initially to pay for the EMS expenses. Furthermore, we did a cost-benefit analysis of the retail and restaurants, and the proposed development would generate more than $8.2 million in incremental tax revenue to Lake Forest and nearly $2.8 million of projected tax revenue for the local school systems over that same 20-year period. And this is the breakdown of it, and you should have a copy of that, I believe, in your things. The cost-benefit analysis used this as their template, so roughly a 77,000 square foot assisted living facility, 15,000 square foot of inline retail space, and 2 standalone restaurants. There are also intangible benefits. The retail component will provide a new quality restaurant and retail service in an area of Lake Forest that is currently underserved by these amenities. This will enhance the marketability and value of the surrounding properties, especially the close neighbors. The boutique assisted living facility will provide a unique offering within Lake Forest, helping the current senior residents. And the project will provide considerable revenues to the city. I think I'm getting close to being out of time, so I'll fly through a couple more things. We met with the neighbors. One of the concerns they had was the traffic that goes through the site. Oakley has offered to build a cul-de-sac, and we designed a cul-de-sac, and we will sit with the neighbors to go through the berming of it, the landscaping of it, making sure that it's exactly what they want. This shows the site plan with the berm, or with the cul-de-sac, which would have the berm coming in across the south side. And we will also be heavily landscaping and berming the east side of the property. One thing that I stated earlier is, for retail to have success right now, we're fighting against not having zoning. For me to be able to quote rents to tenants, I need to have an understanding of what I can build with the setbacks, the heights, the use, total buildable area, any other costs associated with the development. And lastly, really understand our development and the state of retail right now is you have to look at our closest competitor, which is Vernon Hills. Vernon Hills is 2.4 miles away from our site. Vernon Hills gave a $20 million TIF to get the Melody Farm development built. That building, that site also incorporated a 4-year period where they had to build the retail, or they would be penalized $25 million. So what they did is they went out and built all of those spaces out, did a great job leasing. They've got great tenants, and they also have quite a bit of vacancy. But on top of the Melody Farm that we're bumping in against, this is the new plan for the redevelopment of the Sears. And you can see there's quite a bit more retail. This is the Carson Perry Scott. This is the Sears box right here. They're also adding 2 outlots. Here's some imagery. And also Macy's is adding 4 outlots. They're straightening out this ring road and adding 4 outlots with restaurants and retail. And lastly, Greg's Landing, which was also another TIF project has 4 availabilities of land currently. So our takeaways are, our closest competition is Vernon Hills within a 2.4 mile radius. Vernon Hills has been using TIF funding to attract development and developers for retail and restaurant projects. This TIF funding is creating major competitive advantage for these developers and for Vernon Hills when soliciting retail and restaurant tenants. The TIF requirement to build the physical building within a 4-year period gives them an edge. Specific to our site, the staff has indicated there was a strong desire for retail and restaurants on this property. Our by right zoning is 84,000 square feet of office or medical office. This by right zoning is what we are relying on and always have been, but it's not our preference to do that because I live in Lake Forest. I'd like to have amenities that I could go to and have dinner at. One of the issues when Whole Foods was going through this process was the 60-foot setback. I was able to get 11 of the biggest brokers to write letters basically asking them, what is the proper setback? And they came up with somewhere between 25 feet and 50 to 60 feet. And again, our proposal is 73 feet from the curb, but 60 feet from our property line. These are all the copies of the letters I believe you have. So to conclude this, we believe this is a great location for this assisted living, retail, and restaurants. In order to attract retail, other municipalities have provided opportunity zones or offered TIFs to attract investment to desired tenants. In the absence of a large TIF, this sale to Oakley is the catalyst for this development and redevelopment of this property to turn it into a viable retail and restaurant destination. We're looking to your guidance for this property. Again, we're zoned 84,000 square feet. We'll hear from you and hopefully the city council whether this is something that is desired, but we think it's a great plan for the property, especially with the idea of really designing it for Lake Forest, thinking about Lake Forest when we've put all of our thought process towards this. And in conclusion here, in reviewing the staff report on recommendations, the Plan Commission forwarded a recommendation on the proposed change in the ask for this petition for the City Council direction. We would like to be in front of the City Council. We'd like the Plan Commission to take action to allow us to present this to the City Council for review, and again, we're looking forward to any feedback that you may have. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And now Kathy Cerniak will give the staff report.
Thank you, Chairman Kerr, members of the commission. As you read in the staff report, the staff is recommending that you really focus on the fundamental question of this petition, which is this use appropriate? I think out of consideration for the petitioner, for the commission, we want to be sensitive to not spend 6 months studying the site plan, the city bringing in consultants to review the cost-benefit analysis, the marketing study, spending the petitioner's money until we really understand whether this use is appropriate. The Amberley Woods site, a little over 38 acres, has a long history. And as is the tradition in Lake Forest, that long history involves some comprehensive planning. It looked not only at the 38-acre Amberley Woods site, but really looked at the Route 60 corridor. There was a visioning session held, I believe when former Mayor Kerr was in office, to really look at Route 60 and to look at the Amberley Woods parcel and whether the plan that's approved and is in place today is the right plan. I don't think from the staff perspective we're ready to say the office with ancillary retail restaurant use on that 8.5 acre Amberley Woods property is absolutely the right solution. But again, based on the history of Lake Forest, to incrementally approve a change of use could perhaps be short-sighted. This is a very unique parcel. It is located at the western gateway to Lake Forest, located prominently on Route 60, right across from the entrance to Conway Office Park. and located adjacent to the tollway. It is a parcel that has long been looked at as a parcel that could support Conway Park, the office park, as well as some residents in that area with some small-scale businesses, certainly some office, or certainly some restaurants, perhaps even some hotels. I do believe you received an email late today from the Conway Park Owners Association, just reiterating that they think perhaps there's an opportunity for some uses on this parcel, perhaps not today, perhaps not tomorrow, but over the long term that could really add to the vitality of that office park. Right now, that office park is fairly isolated. This property is zoned transitional district. That district was specifically created for parcels that are located between the office uses, which are adjacent to the tollway, and the residential homes that are located to the east. The transitional district specifically allows what I would call a default by right use. That is to allow development of 3-acre residential lots. Any other use of the property does require a special use permit. And the special use permit that is in place for this property right now, the annexation agreement, the settlement agreement, adopted a specific site plan that included the 2 office buildings, which were intended to have ancillary retail and restaurant uses in them, and also provided for adaptive reuse of the existing residents. The transitional district specifically speaks to uses that are supportive of the offices located in that area, and specifically speaks to looking to preserve some natural resources on the site. Staff has done a preliminary review of the engineering plans. We have some preliminary comments, but again, we really stopped short of doing a full analysis. When we look to consultants to do those analyses, we do require reimbursement from the petitioner. So we did want to take this one step at a time. I think we've heard in the past with some complex petitions that perhaps rather than an extended review, getting into all the details, the on-site circulation, the bicycle paths, inclusionary housing, landscaping, that perhaps they're answering the fundamental questions is really creates the best opportunity to provide clear direction at the outset. So you do have a recommendation before you. From the staff perspective, we do not believe, based on the information we have, that assisted living is the highest and best use of this property. We do believe from a demand for city services that there could be significant impact on our fire department, our paramedics in particular. Based on experience, we do believe that each assisted living bed generates 1 call per year. So in this case, we could be looking at potentially approximately 100 additional calls a year. The fire chief also noted that given this location on Route 60, not only could the call volume be increased, but the duration of each call, particularly if those calls occur during morning or evening rush hour, an ambulance could be tied up doing a transport to Northwestern Lake Forest Hospital, Condell, Highland Park. So this type of use is a concern for the fire department. So based on the prominent location of the property, the opportunity perhaps in the future to locate uses that support and enhance our office district and the increased service demands, we are recommending that the Plan Commission take action tonight to recommend denial of the use to the City Council. Importantly, we are in the midst of a comprehensive plan update, and that would be the perfect time to take a step back, really look at this property, look at everything from the uses to the setbacks to pedestrian connections, and really look at the whole corridor and come up perhaps with an updated plan for this site as part of that more in-depth review of the area. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
So, one question for you, Kathy, is with respect to the demand for city services. My impression, from my experience, that people who require ambulance service are invoiced for that service. Is that not the case when the fire department responds?
There's some reimbursement of costs, but there still is the cost of the ambulance, the staff that is not fully reimbursed. For instance, when Lake Forest Place did their, I can't remember if it was their initial build-out or their addition, they did actually purchase an ambulance for the city.
Okay.
So there is a significant cost associated. In the event that the use is supported, we would do a much more in-depth review of the cost-benefit analysis that's been provided.
I'm correct that this is the period for questions, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, if, for
One
those
more.
who aren't normally here.
One more question to staff then. Could you elaborate a little bit about the use and what's in the staff report is called institutional use, and how, I guess, where does the line get drawn in the, what I view as sort of a continuum from multifamily apartments to active adult apartments, which really are the same thing except they're age restricted, independent living, which may add on a few services like transportation and on-site dining, then into assisted living, memory care, and finally, you know, skilled nursing. In other words, where do we change from residential use to an institutional use?
Independent apartments, rental or owner or condominiums, multifamily is distinguished in the code from, I believe the term in the code may be continuing care, and there's a nursing home category. So there are some distinctions that differ from, for instance, the multifamily that's being constructed up at Laurel and Western Avenue, and whether it's independent, assisted living, or skilled nursing that's offered at Lake Forest Place. There is a distinction in the code in residential zoning districts, continuing care centers, institutions for those with developmental needs, and nursing homes are called out as special uses. Again, in the transitional district, there are no particular uses called out. Any type of use is, other than large lot residential, requires a special use permit and is to be evaluated based on those criteria that are detailed in your staff report, but really speak to, on this particular site, a connection to the office, the surrounding office area and the surrounding residential area.
Okay, thank you. And then I have one question for the petitioner. It appeared to me that the issue of the local landmark was perhaps brushed aside or not addressed. But maybe it's been addressed before with the city and I'm just not aware of it. Given your definition of boutique assisted living as being a unique setting with luxury amenities, I could just picture that existing home to be, you know, the perfect spot for the entrance and all those amenities with the actual residential wings off each side. Did you consider anything like that?
So, again, going back 4 years, before we even purchased the site, we had lots of conversations with city staff. And the prior development for Whole Foods that actually ended up getting approval on did have that house coming down. The house is actually in the worst location, unfortunately, on the property. It's in very, very bad shape. Even if we go and build the 84,000 square feet of by right office and do medical office buildings there, that house will probably just sit there because unless we find a compelling economic reason to put money towards it, it's a residential house in a commercial district. I mean, you see the commercial throughout the whole area. And I'm, by the way, a huge part of Lake Forest with regard to restoration is one of my passions here.
That's all for now, thanks.
Sorry if I caught you by surprise. So this is the time where we have questions and requests for clarification from the commission members to the petitioner or staff. Commissioner Freeman.
Kathy, what's the timeline for the study of the larger Route 60 corridor and the comprehensive plan?
The working group for the Waukegan Road Business District, which was the first phase of that effort, recently completed its meetings. It's possible that recommendation may come to the Plan Commission, depending on what else you have on your agenda, in April, if not in May. But we are ready to start a next phase, and we could certainly advance this. We could include a recommendation to the City Council that the study of the Route 60 corridor be in the next phase of update. So I would anticipate that this study could be completed by the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, the end of the year holds up the petitioner for quite some time, so if there's a way to advance that along with the timing of this, I think we should be thinking about that, if you're gonna make that a condition of what we're here for today. All right, one question for the petitioner. I know, and I don't wanna get into the just land use, but just from a perspective of density, this elevation view, isn't the proposed structure where the majority of isn't it a 3-story building as opposed to a 2-story?
No, it is a 2-story building.
Okay.
Can I see the one that you have?
Yeah, it's the same one you showed up on the
Okay,
screen.
yeah, we did have a 3-story building initially designed.
Okay.
But they wanted to limit it to 100 units, and so it's been a reduction of our initial.
Oh, thank you, because I was looking off your original.
Right,
Okay.
yeah, I think our submittal actually had an error in there.
All right. And then there was also contained in the packet an impervious surface calculation. And I just want to make sure I'm following it correctly, because it shows that there's a potential reduction in impervious surface, but you're only comparing what you're calling Lot 3 compared to what was previously approved, right? You're not including Lot 1 or Lot 2 into that calculation.
It should have been comprehensive. We will re-look at that. Mike Black is not here right now, but Black Engineering has been hired by us. They've done full engineering on this site many, many times. So this is probably the 5th time that they've done an impervious calculation. That's of huge importance to us to get that right, because we don't want to see any extra watershed go to the other properties. We know that was one of the concerns when Whole Foods was going through it.
Yeah, I would encourage you to do that if you're going to present to City Council, because the current one is misleading. I mean, if all we added back in was the pond, you actually would be increasing the impervious area. So I just think you need to be clear on that. All right, that's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Ruggles.
Okay, Kathy, for this development, I see in the site plans that there's 3 basic lots. And on one of the site plans, they're just showing the assisted living building, towards the southern part of the site. If this development were to move forward, is this a development that's to be in 3 phases? For example, the assisted living would happen first, and then they would go ahead and develop the outlots on the northern properties?
It's my understanding that the assisted living piece would move forward immediately if approved, and then as soon as there were tenants or specifics for the other commercial properties, those would come forward. But Mr. Smith may be able to add more specifics to that.
So we've talked to a lot of tenants, and a lot of brokers. There's a lot of interest here. We think this is an absolutely dynamic, perfect site for retail and restaurants. So the question on timing is, this is gonna go through a process of getting approval. We are either gonna be starting to move towards, a retail restaurant plan where we'll hire another broker and have something that people can look at and understand, or we won't. It's one or the other, right? So it's that process is happening, but the construction timeline, by the time that we are moving dirt, getting that building built, we'll have this stuff filled, no problem, like absolutely no problem.
So I guess my concern is that I think the city would want the whole development as a master plan. So we just don't end up with an assisted living facility set way back at the site, and then, you know, potential just parking lot or
Right.
open space
So to
in,
address,
you know, on Route 60.
I agree with that. So to address that, that's one of the reasons that we did the landscaping plan with Mariani. So he actually looked at what Mariani did prior to that on the interior of Route 60 between the two sides of the road right in the middle. And our landscaping plan matches that. So it's all incorporated in, you know, the pond will be built, the berms will be berming, the cul-de-sac will be built, the access points will be in, and again, I see like zero problem getting the tenants there if we have something that is zoned retail. You know, we have the ability to actually know what we can build. And we're willing to put restrictions on us by whatever the city would like to see, as far as you can only have this much restaurant, you can only have this much, you've got to be this height. We're willing to look at all of that as well.
And I would have a lot of questions about the site plan, but I don't really want to take the time right now, especially if, you know, we may move it forward to city council. So I'll end right there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Berg?
Kathy, the 150-foot setback that was part of the original plan, had that been, how had that evolved in the subsequent petitions and deliberations? Was that going to be maintained? Was that found to be a desirable setback to stick with?
There was discussion in, as part of some earlier petitions, that setback would be reduced. And I certainly think that's, the setback was established for consistency along Route 60, but I don't think many would disagree that in order for this site to be viable as a commercial site, that setback should really be reconsidered.
But no
So there was
approvals.
some reduction that was approved based on a specific site plan. But as it stands today, the approved plat, the approved special use permit still holds true to that 150-foot setback.
And then the condominium buildings to the east, that they comply with that setback?
Correct. And if we get into the further discussion, I know we actually have a graphic that reflects the setbacks all the way up and down Route 60, because I remember preparing that for a previous discussion.
Sure. And Kathy, the hospital has been, visiting their master plan, and we saw one iteration, the latest one, I think, called for some reconfiguring of their entrance roadway off of Deer Path. And I know Westmoreland's been decommissioned, and that structure, has that been removed already? Is that gone?
Yes.
It is? Did the hospital have any plans or suggestions that they were going to be having any kind of nursing home structures built on their campus?
A final plan for the South Campus has not been approved yet. We know which buildings are coming out. We know, as you referenced, that there'll be a spine road that will more directly lead people to the new hospital. But there certainly has been discussions about South Campus and proximity to the hospital and appropriateness of perhaps some senior assisted or independent living in that area. But there has been no plan
Nothing yet.
approved for that.
Okay. I have a question for petitioner now. I was reviewing your amenities and your description of your facility services, and I don't see any reference specifically to skilled nursing. And I was wondering, is that a component that you've decided is not going to be something that you offer?
We do not offer any medical care, so we're, just to give a little basic, like as someone noted earlier, you have the independent living, which is basically senior apartments.
And you don't have to have any kind of a mental or physical condition for that. You can just be someone who's elderly and wants to sell their house and just kind of live in a community that's communal.
That's exactly right.
Okay, so if you have an affliction where you need to have a nurse come in and administer medications and check your blood pressure and your heart rate and various things like that and your oxygen, that you're not the place to go to.
That's right.
Okay, so this is a lot like, you're a lot like these facilities that have just opened up on Waukegan Road, just north of 176. I can't think of the name of it, but it's on the west side. Yeah, they don't have any, they're like, it's like an apartment building. It's kind of like a hotel, is what it is. It's a little efficiency apartment hotels. Okay, and I think that's the same case as the one on 176, the one's just gone, and there is no there is no skilled nursing.
Right. We
Okay.
can technically offer, if you're assisted living, the easiest way to think of it is we offer no medical care. Like, for example, like, we don't administer IVs or anything like that. We cannot do that.
Yeah.
So we are limited by our license. We cannot do that.
Okay, all right, so that's the type of facility that you're offering us, okay.
Actually, I think this picture here is very interesting from that perspective. If you look at this living space up here, I mean, this is their private living space. So it's like having an apartment, you know, within a nice large building that has a lot of amenities.
But if you're ill, critically ill, and say have congestive heart failure issues and things like that, you can't.
Not the place for you.
Yeah, okay, interesting. I was wondering why, and this is a little architectural, I won't dwell on it too long, but why did you make your institutional building look so much like shops? It really does look like Market Square. It looks like there's an individual
You're talking about
function
the-
in each one of those things, and that they're not really, it doesn't look like what it is I guess what I'm saying, and I just
If
wondered,
you're talking about the retail buildings?
no, the actual institutional elevation. I mean, each one is a slightly diversified component that is about as wide as a shop would be, and therefore you're sort of saying, here's socks, here's sporting goods, I just wondered what was the logic behind that? Because that looks like a shopping center, and your assisted care building doesn't look like residential, it looks like it's a commercial takeoff on Market Square.
Well, it's intended to be, you know, similar to architectural styles that are in Lake Forest. So their architect actually used inspiration from all
Market
sorts
Square.
of buildings here. And so you see some of the curvature of the, you know, the curved lines and stuff.
That's
so
fine.
it's the elevation, but-
Again,
That's-
we're not, we can change the architecture.
No, that was just a question about the language, that's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Athenson.
So I kind of want to follow up on what Kathy was talking about in terms of the development of this area. So back in 2001, I participated in those visioning seminars. And there were a lot of people at these visioning seminars looking at the Route 60 corridor as a whole, how the different parcels relate to each other, what could potentially go in each parcel. And we spent a lot of time on that, getting input from a lot of different people. One of the results was Town Line Park came out of that visioning seminar. But we also looked at the character of the whole area, and also what is, you know, the character of Lake Forest in that area. So fast forward a couple years ago, a couple years after that, and in 2006, I was on the Building Review Board when we looked at this particular site and determined what would be a good mix of uses on this site. We looked at the whole Amberley Woods subdivision. In fact, Guy, I think, were you with me? Maybe you were gone by then. We spent a lot of time on this subdivision, thinking what is going to be a good mix of single-family homes. And what we came about, we spent a lot of time on this specific parcel because it is really transitional. You're transitioning from offices on the north and the west side to single-family homes on the south. So what should this parcel look like and what should be on there? And we also looked at the whole surrounding area and how is this parcel going to fit into the surrounding area? Part of what Kathy said is that when you talk about transitional, you don't want to impact negatively anyone that's surrounding you, residential on the east and the south. You also want to be supportive of what's around you. Do you need restaurants in the area for the residents? Do you need boutique offices that are smaller, that are not going to impact negatively the residents? You know, you're not going to have these tall office buildings. And then we also talked about the character of the neighborhood. It's very wooded. You have a really beautiful lot here with a lot of significant trees. And so I look at, we're not going to talk about the site plan, but it's just something for you to think about when what you're proposing to be here. And so my question is to you, after we've done all that community review, discussion about what should be on this site, we thought about preserving the screening, the woodlands, the large trees, making it more asymmetrical to match the asymmetry all over this whole development, being sensitive to the residents south of there, preserving the historic house. I mean, there's a lot of deferred maintenance going on right now with that house, but the whole idea was that it was worth saving, and maybe looking down the road to adaptive reuse. So my question is to you, how do you think that an assisted living facility is really going to service the surrounding area and fit into the surrounding area? I mean, you can see how maybe restaurants might, but the assisted living is what I'm struggling with.
Do you want me to go? Okay, go ahead.
I can just tell you, as I noted earlier, Dan and I have done a lot of these developments, and I can tell you, but like our site plan here, for example, and you put that cul-de-sac in, those residents will be coming over using those shops. Our residents will be coming over, they're dining there. I mean, not that we have great food, but I mean, it's a very walkable, we're integrated in there, and we're a very soft unit that I believe is a very nice transition from the corner and going back into the residential area. We are a very soft buffer against the hustle and bustle of that corner, and then you provide those amenities to our residents and the existing residents. I believe that we are filling a void, and like I said earlier, there's no doubt about it. Any way you look at the numbers, there is a very strong need, and there's an absolute hole in this market that needs to be filled from an assisted living standpoint. I mean, it jumps off the chart, actually, I can just tell you that, and I do this all over the place.
Now, I'll address the restaurant and retail. So part of the solution to get restaurants and retail here is that sale, because these guys will come in, they'll build the roads. It's all part of the contract that they are providing to us, and it's almost like an economic incentive, to be honest with you. That sale is the catalyst for us doing the front parcel. And we looked at this, again, 4 years ago before we even purchased the site, and we asked, what is it that the city wants to see? And the restaurants and retail was the main thing. So we hired 2 restaurant retail brokers, hospitality brokers, and we probably, we could have hired a medical office broker and done by right, So we've wasted the 3 years of that time coming up with a plan that is, we feel, excellent and services the area. Those restaurants will be fantastic. I live in Westlake Forest, so that to me is a place that I'm gonna go, especially if we get the Rosewood deal. I mean, that's a 3-star Michelin rated restaurant. It's fantastic. The operators are amazing. The liquid brewery facility potentially as a use. All of these uses we would come back to you with. There are a tons of amount of uses that could go into these buildings. And so, when we met with the neighbors, their real main thought was screening, and they really wanted the cul-de-sac. They wanted that access road in the back cut off so that you don't cut through our site, go to Conway, and then cut through Conway all the way back. We're solving that issue by this. And again, if we're just gonna build the 84,000 square feet of office, we're not doing cul-de-sac. We don't have to. And it just isn't part of the plan economically. So, it's interesting. I mean, I think we were told, don't worry about the house. It's not part of the consideration here when we started this process 4 years ago.
Well, yeah, the house is landmarked.
Yes.
And has been determined to be a historic house. So it is something significant, as Steve pointed out. I was talking mostly about the institutional use and how does that service the surrounding neighborhood and how does that fit into all the needs of the surrounding neighborhood. And plus, I want to ask you a question too, also about if you really studied the character of this lot. Because when I see what you put up there, it looks more like a Vernon Hills lot. And this lot is nothing like, it looks like you're gonna clear cut and you didn't even pay attention to the character of the lot. It's wooded, it's heavily screened, and all along 60, that's the character. So you definitely notice a difference when you come over the tollway and you come into, this is the gateway parcel. You know it's like forest because landscape is dominant, not parking lot, and there's a lot of asymmetry within this neighborhood, it's not symmetrical. So I guess I'm asking two questions. You didn't really address the institutional question, how does that fit in the neighborhood? And then did you look at the character of this?
I think, first of all, let's go to the institutional use. This is where people live. This is where they get mail. If it were an institution, you don't get mail at an institution. This is their home. This is their apartments. These are people that live in your community. So this is their residence. It's not an institution. It's a community where people live. So I think there's a difference. And number two, we're very happy to work with the site plan and you and to preserve some trees. You talked about the building. If there's some way we could preserve some aspects of that building, we definitely, if we had to reuse all the bricks or someone had mentioned maybe the entrance or something, we could do something really cool. This is just preliminary because we were told that the main idea tonight is the use something that would be good to move forward. But we're very open to working on the site plan, seeing what we could do to preserve aspects of that building in the back. 'Cause it's really cool. It's just when I've been there, they've got these big hoses pumping water out of the basement. So what can we do to reuse that or repurpose it or use materials from that? I think could be really cool. And you're right, this is the entrance to your community, so it's got to be awesome. And we're totally on board with making that as great as we could.
Okay, so I won't go, I
All
dived
right,
into.
thank you. I just want to follow up on a clarification with what Mr. Bierman said to Commissioner Berg. There's independent living, and then there's assisted living, and my understanding is you're going for assisted living and memory care, so you will have people on staff to assist with the ADLs, these daily living tasks that people can't do for themselves?
For sure. So you would have someone that,
Okay.
if you needed help bathing, someone might need help
Right.
bathing. So you would have someone on staff to help with those requirements, yes.
Right, okay, but you don't have an independent living component?
No, we do not.
But there's a distinction like with the daily living tasks compared to medical care.
Right, no, I understand that.
Yeah, I hope I didn't misspeak, but that's.
No, I have some experience financing senior housing, so I just wanted to clarify, because I thought it was a little confusing. But that's my only comment. I have to fall into the same category as Commissioner Freeman and Commissioner Ruggles in that we really, it's kind of a disadvantage to have you here now in that we don't really have the comprehensive plan done for the area, and I think most of us would like to see the overall plan for that area before proceeding. I do want to commend you on all the letters from key retail parties, retail brokers in the city, including 2 former Plan Commission members, Jeff Cushman and Tim Henry. And
And Jim Karas.
I'm sorry?
And Jim Karas as well, I think.
Jim Karas, okay. And he must have served on the board before I arrived, because I know I served with those two. And I would definitely recommend as we proceed on the comprehensive plan that for any viable retail, we should certainly consider a change in the setback, which at 150 feet was originally for office, and in my experience would not be suitable for retail. Thank you. And now we will move to I should ask, are there any other questions from commissioners? Okay. Then now we will move to the public testimony portion. And I do have some folks who have given in their information and they would like to speak. I'm going to ask if there are any others who also want to speak. Please fill out one of these forms and we can fit you in. I'm also going to ask anyone who is planning to speak if we could have you all stand up at once so I could swear you in. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to your best knowledge? I do. Okay, thank you. And then as you step forward to the podium, would you please give your name and your address?
Good evening. My name is John Somberg. I live at 210 Saunders, which is a 4.5 acre plot diagonally across south of the office buildings on Route 60. And I came here today because I was concerned of my neighbors across from me and how this may impact. And after seeing this presentation, I would like to say I support, as a resident of the community, this type of, and I like the word soft buffer, because I'm very concerned of 60. I use it all the time. It's a choke point for Lake Forest. And if you bring in more office buildings, more small shops, et cetera, it may actually increase the traffic for all times of the day. And I currently time myself not to come in and out at rush hour, so this could even make it worse. I think having this type of assisted living facility, will serve the community. I'm a physician also. I understand the process and of life, and I think this will be very good for the community and a good buffer here. I do have certain concerns, though, and one is water and flooding, and the impermeable space is very concerning. They just said there are pumps there pumping out that landmark building. I'm under flood. There's very poor engineering done in the past in that area, and I would ask the commission to please look into that because any more water, and there's all sorts of tiles and communications in that area, and any more water brought to the residential community will actually be devastating to us. The other concern I have is that it could lie fallow in terms of the restaurants and other areas. They keep talking about restaurants, but Lovell's failed. Lovell's was a wonderful place, and I'm not sure this community will support restaurants. The buildings maybe, the other office space maybe, but not to that 2, 3, or 4 restaurants. So I think that's a concern. And my last concern is with the commissioner right here and the trees. The office buildings promised. I was here, 15 years ago. They were going to build beautiful put up trees and all that, and the landscaping is very sparse. Then as you come in, this is a saving lot. And now it looks like, it's going to be completely desolate. So I think there should be a tree buffer, and we shouldn't have the gateway to the community, Lake Forest, the Tree City, to be just cars and nothing else. So I think that, but the sponsors of the proposal have said they will try to work with you and do that. So overall, I think there's a soft buffer. It's being less demanding than office or commercial area, and it would be very good for the residents of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Somberg, and thank you for staying within the 5-minute limit per speaker. Next person is Ross Landsman.
Good evening. My name is Ross Landsman. I am the president of the Stonebridge at Conway Farms Homeowners Association, representing 84 residents abutting Amberley Woods on the east. We have had numerous meetings with your staff, and I have appeared before this board at previous Plan Commission hearings on the Conway Market, i.e. the Whole Foods development. At each of these meetings and hearings, we have objected to several issues, but mostly important, the stormwater drainage effects on our Stonebridge community. All of Amberley's storm window ultimately empties into the Stonebridge detention ponds. Matter of fact, they were using the Stonebridge's detention ponds as their detention ponds previously. The new petition here does not propose to change this, even though they could. They could go right into the Route 60 storm drain system and bypass Stonebridge if they had it. We concur with the staff's first recommendation to deny the petitioner, not only for its institutional, I put that in quotes since that's been discussed, but for the following reasons. The fact that the staff's proposed site plan in-depth review, which I got in email to me, it's not in the package that we had here, It was all the things the staff was going to do if this gets approved. It does not include any new stormwater or runoff reviews, so as to conform to the Lake County Watershed of Development ordinances. It's troubling that it's not included. Previously identified 5 areas in which the Conway Market drainage system failed to meet the minimum standards of the Lake County ordinance. We never had any response to the items, either from the petitioners or the city. One would expect that somebody would have attempted to refute all of our assertions if they were able to do so. In fact, it took a lawsuit from us to get Amberley Woods to rectify one of them. The retention pond restrictor plate hole was twice as large as it should be, and we were flooding our ponds out. So it took us a lawsuit to get them to make it half the size now, and at least our ponds aren't flooding. With the existing site the way it is, with a lot of pervious land use, and this, with this parking lot in the corner, it's gonna go up a lot. The other 4 concerns are still valid on the property. One of them was partly addressed by your city engineer comment in the staff's write-up of this proceedings, which I heard mentioned, that their impervious surface water comparison calculation between the approved site plan, the office building, and this development is an error. In fact, it's not an error, it's actually false. They didn't count all the impervious area in their calculations. This development will reduce the permeable land to a greater degree than approved site plan for the office building. Additionally, the omission of the previously approved a retention pond in the northwest corner, which is on the original site plan with the office building, during initial development of the site is totally unacceptable, even though they seem to show a shallow reflection pond in subsequent drawings of their development. But they fail to realize that the initial retention pond in that corner was required for stormwater detention from the approved office development. It wasn't just there for a reflection pond, it was engineered to retain some water. The office parking lot driveway runoff first drained into this pond to be retained and to filter out some of the contaminants from the cars in the parking lot before it is conveyed to their 2 eastern ponds and then ultimately into our ponds. Finally, the required removal of 70% of hydrocarbons from any new development that's over 25 new parking spots, and this looks way over 25 new and the Lake County ordinance says you have to remove 70% of the hydrocarbons. I saw nothing in the Whole Foods drawings and was kept telling people, there's sure nothing in these drawings, even though they're preliminary. But I would hope that you would make them follow the Lake County ordinances. It doesn't seem that no one seems to care unless we sue them, but that's what got us started on this.
Mr. Landsman, do you have the title of that ordinance?
Oh,
Lake
yes.
County?
Too bad your city don't know.
Well, I'm sure they do, but I might not.
They don't follow it. Lake County Watershed Development Ordinance.
And that issue isn't really before us, is it?
No, but I want to make note of it.
No, but it should be Lake,
It might be.
pardon me, Kathy, Lake Forest has approval to do their own stormwater management,
The
right?
city does abide by the Lake County Watershed Development Ordinance. Our plans are reviewed consistent with that ordinance.
Right, but you don't have anybody on staff that does that. They're not certified.
We do have a city engineer. Our city engineer is now a consultant with Gewald Hamilton, appointed by the city council annually. And he does the reviews consistent with the county ordinance.
Thank you.
Anyway, I just want them to follow, you guys to make them follow the ordinance for stormwater, since it's all coming at me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Urbanek, Wayne Urbanek?
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you very much. I did have an opportunity to meet with Jason last week and looked at some of his plans. My resident is 2025 Amberley Court, the courtyards, and specifically we are due south, the 2 homes, 2 lots due south of the current mansion, and the 2 lots are occupied. There are 3 others that are on the eastern side, so there are 5 homes, but our 2 lots, my lot, we would be directly impacted by this development. And Jason was kind enough to include the cul-de-sac, which was one of our biggest concerns because we do have so much cut-through traffic from Saunders Road that cuts through Amberley Woods and Amberley Court. So thank you for that. However, there are other concerns that we do have as homeowners. Number one is going to be the ambient light, the lighting of the property itself, because the backside of that property, of that building, is going to directly reflect right onto the residential areas. If you look at the very last, the second to the last page, where the cul-de-sac is kind of outlined, there is hard to see, but there is lots number 23 and 24 at the cul-de-sac, the south side, and that's where the 2 residences are going to be directly impacted, and one of them is mine. So the lighting is of concern. Number 2 is going to be the EMS, where it was announced that about 100 approximately EMS calls. So sirens are going to be a really big issue for myself, all of the homeowners, and certainly the condo association as well. And I'm not sure what can be done about that, but that is a really big concern because it could come any time of the day, night, as well. Another concern is going to be that back side of the building is also going to be the area, the service bays. So we're going to have a lot of truck traffic coming in and out, servicing food to the building, trash removal. What kind of restrictions can we put on that to quiet that, to restrict it, especially Monday through Friday? That is a really big concern for us as well. Certainly the landscaping, we talked a little bit about Jason. He's willing to put in a berm, which is great, but we need high berming and a lot of landscaping to block the building and the line of sight.
Thank you. I think we received correspondence from you that was
Yes.
also distributed to all members of the commission.
Good, thank you very much. Yes, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Keith Krob?
Good evening, and thank you for volunteering and doing what you do. I know this is not easy, and it is for the good of our community. My name is Keith Kreb, and I live at 1815 Amberley Court. And so we have been in the courtyard homes, which are immediately south of the proposed development, as the longest residents of the people there. So we've been there 6.5 years now, and so far this is, I think, the most favorable use plan I've seen for this property, because I think it solves the 2 biggest issues that have been halting or at least slowing the development of more courtyard homes. Currently, out of 24 lots, there's 5 homes with residents there, and I think there could be more. And this, what I like about this proposal is, one is it does appear to be a pretty good transitional use from office to assisted living to residential. So that seems more attractive than some of the previous proposals that we've seen. And secondly, the cul-de-sac. So I think that, you know, as we look at the Route 60 corridor thing, that we should look at the impact on these 24 homes as well, because there's 19 more homes that could be built there that could, you know, add to the city's tax revenues. And again, I think something that solves the location issue for those remaining 19 lots would be good. And the transitional use and the cul-de-sac solve a lot of that, because without the transitional use right now, with it being an empty space, it's every potential buyer's worst nightmare of what might go in there. And the longer that is unsolved, I think the impact is going to be slow to sell those remaining 19 lots. The second thing is with the cul-de-sac, I think that is a big improvement as well, because the traffic through there is a significant concern. So I think with a use like what's being proposed, that those 19 additional lots become a lot more attractive. So as we look at the impact study and what we're trying to do here, we ought to spread it a little bit further off of Route 60 and look at what's good for those remaining 19 homes. I won't speak to the condo building, but probably some of those same issues are what has slowed the development of the second condo building as well. I would guess the unknown of what could go in on this corner, as well as the traffic issues. So, thank you.
Thank you. Scott Phelps?
Good evening. My name is Scott Phelps. I am the artistic director for the Citadel Theater on the west side. It occupies 144 seats in the retired high school, Westlake Forest High School. We've been at it for about 16 years, and over those 16 years, we have developed dozens of relationships with retired homes, assisted livings, including the Lake Forest Place. We've gone through 3 activity directors with not a lapse in the patronage. They love coming to our Wednesday matinees or our Sunday matinee. And in that we're on the west side, I think it's a good marriage of the patron and the programming. And I believe it's a feather in the cap. I lived in Lake Forest for 18 years, raised 4 kids, went through the school systems. And I think if I wanted to stay in Lake Forest, it would be a shame for me to have to go someplace else just because there are no beds available or a place to call my own here in Lake Forest. So I'm in favor of the 100-bed retail restaurant build on 60 and Waukegan, or 60 and the Tollway. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Fisher?
Thank you. I'm Deborah Fisher. I'm a realtor in town, both residential and commercial. I serve in volunteer roles, including a volunteer position on the Welcome Home Committee for the city, but my statements tonight are purely my own. And I've got no ties or connections to the Amberley property. I'm hearing, obviously, that the staff is recommending that the commission focus first on the usage, so I'm going to focus my remarks on that as well. I am here in support of the petitioner's request for approval of the change in use to allow the use of assisted living and commercial on the property, along with the other things, but I think we'll take that one first. I began paying attention to the property when it was under consideration by Whole Foods, who moved on to Vernon Hills by the time the city of Lake Forest kind of was ready to come to terms on the proposal. Once that opportunity was lost to Lake Forest and this owner purchased the property, I reached out to the developer and the city on behalf of a boutique hotel company who was considering entering the market with a small upscale hotel and spa. That preliminary concept was well received by the staff, with the idea that the hotel could be located on the southern portion of the property and that the northern portion of the property would be considered for restaurant and retail. Interestingly, that plan looked very similar to this concept that we're looking at this evening, except that it was a boutique hotel rather than boutique assisted living. It was low rise, about 100 rooms, and very similar. So the preliminary feedback at that time was that the concept was acceptable and would make a desirable gateway to the city of Lake Forest. So I'm somewhat perplexed why adding the title assisted living and that function changes that very dramatically. Also, since there's no realistic expectation now for another hotel to come into that parcel for probably about 3.5 years, since an exclusive incentive was given to another hotel in Conway, I don't think hotels will be looking at that property anymore. My reasons to support the change of use include, as currently approved, the 2 office buildings totaling the 42,000 square feet each are approved, and they're approved up to 45 feet in height. As a transitional gateway to the city of Lake Forest coming from the west, I believe this proposal will be more welcoming, will be more useful for the community, and more aesthetic than a towering set of office buildings. As a realtor, I'm not sure we need to add 84,000 square feet of office space when we have surplus office space in Conway as it is right now and in the surrounding area. I also suspect, and I'm hearing tonight, that the surrounding residents would prefer a high-end, low-rise facility rather than the office buildings that are currently zoned. So changing the use to allow the boutique assisted living facility to be built here and rezoning the rest of it as commercial does two things, in my opinion. First, it enables the remaining portion of the land to be developed as retail and restaurant. Retail and restaurant will serve a need in that area, but the demand is not strong enough to outweigh the challenges and risks of having to rezone it to start that process. So if you think about it, if you're eager to open a restaurant, are you going to choose the raw, unimproved land that currently lacks zoning, or are you going to pick a site 2 miles down the road in Vernon Hills that's already zoned, improved, and for the most part already built and incentivized? So as a requirement, my understanding was that as a requirement of doing the assisted living facility, on the south end, the commercial site on the northern end would become improved at that time, so that it would suddenly be competitive with the Vernon Hills properties. Second, I think it will provide those of us in the community seeking high-end, state-of-the-art assisted living facilities where our loved ones can stay in the community. I'm the daughter of a 90-year-old, very independent woman who is only now considering moving from her two-story home. I've spent 16 years since my father passed away watching this market of assisted living. And just as residential homes designs have changed and evolved, I think state-of-the-art assisted living has really dramatically changed as well. When the restaurants are then added to the mix on the front of the property, I can visit her there and go to we can go out to lunch, we can grab coffee, we can do banking, whatever, and all stay right there. I think it will also appeal to the residents in the area, that kind of dining, as well as to it's not going to leave Conway Park employees in so much of a sort of dining out desert, which they currently are in. So we'll have more of that. Therefore, I also feel that the assisted living will cater to a lot of the people in the community. So whether the ambulance goes to their home in Whispering Oaks or on Windridge or Lake Road, I think it will be pretty much, I think we'll be treating the same kind of people. So I respectfully ask that you approve the change in use from office to assisted living and commercial on the property. And I would also support taking it before the city council and seeing their thoughts as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Cece Coppola?
I am Sissy Coppola, a 8.5-year resident of Amberley Woods Condominium Unit 402, which faces south and west. Jason Smith, Rick Swanson, Mary Annie Landscape, Oakley Development, and Pendulum Lake Forest Partners. The city should be ecstatic that this group of businessmen are behind this upscale project. The developer's willingness to work with residents of Amberley Woods includes moving the Route 60 berm and mature trees to the east side of the property, which creates a transition from commercial to residential. I feel that a number of people have short memories when it comes to Whole Foods. Let me remind you, the property was going to be clear cut. There was going to be a 46,000 square foot big box store along with retail. The entrance off of Route 60 was along the east lot line with no transition from commercial to residential. And last, assisted living facility would create little traffic compared to a hotel or office building. Thank you.
Thank you. John Poust? Poust?
Thank you, everyone, for a wonderful proposal. I'd like to speak on a clarification item, 2 points. One is, it's not clear to me that we're talking about entering retail businesses, but there's no linkage that I understood between making sure the retail actually served as a transition to either the office park or the residents of Lake Forest. And I would hope that whatever retail we would let in would serve the community. And the second is, there appears to be in the plan no footpath or walking path for residents of the surrounding area to actually access the retail of the area. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who would like to give testimony? Would you please stand? I need to swear you both in. Could you both stand up at the same time? Thank you. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to your best knowledge?
Yes,
Would you please state your name?
certainly. Corky Peterson, 594 Beverly. I came this evening for another issue, but after listening to all that's gone on here, and I find it difficult to follow Deb Fisher because I thought she articulated the issues very, very well. But I personally think that this is a transition product that works extremely well for the city. It's literally just a 2-story building, not a 4-story office building that would be square and boxy and unattractive. I think that the proposed use of the land with potential restaurants and the nursing home, or the senior citizens or the senior living facility makes perfect sense for this community. There's no parking or no garages, no automobile traffic for that building, which is a big plus. They could put up a 100-unit apartment building, and you'd have somewhere in the neighborhood of 150 cars coming and going every day. So I think this is an ideal opportunity. I don't want to get on the wrong side of anyone on the board, but the thought that we've got a 150-foot setback, as Kathy's already indicated, seems foolish in that area, given the fact that Waukegan Road, which is just as heavily traveled, has literally no setback. Further, the amount of trees that they'd like to remove, I think, are practical, because you can't operate any sort of business if people don't know you're there. Conway Farm offices that the Fields developed on the north side of the property was certainly clear-cut. They did come in with a beautiful landscape plan, and they did a retention pond. The city just recently built a new soccer field and lacrosse field, and fortunately or unfortunately, it's very visible from the road because there are no trees that were left remaining to screen that. So to ask these developers to a different standard, I think, is a little bit unfair. But I would like to say that I strongly support, and I think it's a great program for the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I debated whether to get up and speak because, in full disclosure, I'm actually the architect for the building that's up there right now.
I'm sorry, could you state your name? Most people probably know who you are, but just in case.
I barely know who I am. My name is Rick Swanson. I live here in Lake Forest. I also live in Scottsdale, and I actually stay in the house that everybody is so fond of and talking about tonight. I like to joke that I have a PhD in this property because I've had basically knowledge and involvement in it since the year 2000. And it was really my idea to preserve the existing house at that time. But at that time, we had all kinds of ideas for the site. And if you had 2 hours, I'd be happy to walk you through all of them, but I'm sure you don't want to hear about it. But the net result is that we did wind up with the luxury condos that we wanted as part of this process. We did want to have cluster housing as part of it. And one thing we wrestled with through the whole thing is the commercial corner. It's clearly a transitional site. There's no question that that word is used consistently with this property. And in fact, when I learned that and believe me, I purposely didn't say anything during the Whole Foods thing. And candidly, I think it was probably a good move on the part of the city for that to fall out of the wayside. I was very pleased, although I was terribly nervous about who was going to ultimately get possession of the property, that corner. But I was really pleased when I learned it was Jason Smith. I've known Jason for a long time. I've known his family. I don't think anybody would question that they've got a very good history and reputation in this community. And I was really pleased when he started this process by talking to me and working with me on the various options. I will tell you that when we started this, in the very beginning, the first instinct was to clear that corner, because I knew that if we didn't clear that corner of the trees, it would come back and haunt us later on, even though we had the right to do that. In fairness, we did speak with staff, and staff suggested that we not do it, because at the time, the market wasn't so great back in 2007 and 2008, and it was probably not a good idea to do anything until we kind of waded through that. As a result, we've sort of become spoiled with the fact that the trees are there. I don't care how you look at this, those trees are going to be clear-cut all the way to the Conservancy in the back. And we talk about how we're going to preserve trees, but half of those trees that we're talking about preserving are dead today. So my suggestion is that we look at this pragmatically. We've been sort of bogged down in analysis paralysis as it relates to this site. I'm really pleased that there's a dialogue, and a positive dialogue, moving forward. You can say whatever you want about whether it should be memory care or not. Candidly, if I were to list 5 things that were transitional uses as they relate to the environment we have out there right now, which is 4 million square feet of office space buffered between, we're buffering residential communities, large residential communities, very nice lit residential communities. And one of those would definitely be senior care of some kind. I will also tell you that in doing the analysis on this property for many years, it's tough to lease retail space in the back portion. So it makes sense to have something like that. If it weren't the memory care, then it should be a boutique hotel. But it's not going to work with retail back there. You'll have vacant shops. The idea is to do a boutique project, a boutique village, if you will. Shopping village is a term I like to use. And I don't think there's anybody better suited to do it than Jason and his team. And I'm hoping you keep that in mind, because time kills all deals. Believe me, nobody knows that better than me. So I would encourage you to look at this seriously, respect the fact that this group is paying interest on this. We're all business people. We all understand. I'm looking at people on this board right now. I can guarantee you that they know exactly what I'm talking about. You need to work proactively, and you could not find a better group of people than you have right now. And that's all I'm asking you to do. So I'm now going to I want to make it clear that I'm up here as the person who knows the most about this property. I'm not trying to push an agenda, because frankly, I hope that something nice goes up here. It doesn't have to be done by us. I just want to make sure it gets done. So anyway, thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. And I want to thank all members of the public who gave some very good pieces of information, some ideas that I have written down, so that as we discuss the comprehensive plan, we can see what we can incorporate into them. And now we'll move to a portion of the program which the public is present. However, it's a discussion among the commission members with any final questions from the commissioner to the petitioner or staff, direction to the petitioner and staff, or requests for additional information. Do any commissioners have additional questions?
Kathy, can we just confirm right now, this is zoned office and commercial, correct?
It is zoned transitional district. The approved plan, the uses specified in the annexation agreement, development agreement, and settlement agreement are office, ancillary, commercial uses, restaurant, retail, banks, childcare. That wasn't specified. But the approved plan is 2 office buildings, as was noted, and the house is part of the existing approved plan.
Do members of the commission have any other questions for staff or petitioner? All right, then we will move to any any petitioner rebuttal to anything you have heard.
First of all, I want to thank everybody for showing up and supporting the project and having questions about some of the specifics with regard to drainage. That seems to be one of the biggest issues that we need to address. And what we will do is address that with our engineers and get you involved if you'd like to be involved in it so that we can make sure it's done right. With regard to the buffer, the landscaping, the cul-de-sac, these are all things that I think would be great for the area. I didn't talk about the fact that we were going to have some gated walkways from the neighboring, but we've been talking to the neighbors about that as part of our plan to actually incorporate that in the berm design. And we want the neighbors to be involved when we're doing the thing. So we'll have work sessions that allow you to kind of say, we want this or that, or have some sort of involvement with us so that it's done right. We want you guys to be happy. We see this as an amenity. We see this as a place to go. I live in Middle Fork subdivision. This is where I want to go eat. I don't want to have to go to Libertyville or now all of the new stuff in Vernon Hills. And I would say the last thing I'd like to address is, the idea of this comprehensive plan just came up to me. I didn't even know about this comprehensive plan idea. And the idea for me to sit here and hold this for 6 months or a year, that is a significant burden on us to do that. When for 4 years, we've been going down the path trying to get and achieve what the city wanted, which is the retail and the restaurants. And I could have gone and hired or partnered with many of these medical office buildings, which, by the way, meet the exact demographic as we're moving forward. We can fill this up. It's just not what I want as a resident, not as a developer, but as a resident. I'd like to see something nice here. 15,000 workers don't have a place to go. All of the residents in Conway, they don't have a place to go. That's how we concepted our plan. We have, Kathy and I, how many site plans have you seen, Kathy? 50, 100, with all different types of uses. So this is what we arrived at, and we're really happy to be able to be here and at least start the conversation and see where it goes.
Thank you. Does staff have any comments, rebuttal, or additional information to provide?
Just to review, the Plan Commission has a number of options. You could certainly choose to continue this and delve into the site plan. Many of the issues raised are questions that we would ask. Certainly there's been discussion and city support of the cul-de-sac in the past. I think we want to be sure that that cul-de-sac isn't in the preserved open space area, for instance, but if you want us to move forward and get into those details of the site plan, we can bring in independent consultants to review the cost-benefit analysis, the market study, bring all that information to you, discuss how we address the city's inclusionary housing ordinance. I think we heard some things today about promises for berms and landscaping. Those aren't reflected on the current plan, so we want to understand some of those. So we could certainly go through that process and delve into the site plan. So continuing it is one option. Another option is forwarding a recommendation to the City Council, either in support of the proposed change of use, amendment to the annexation agreement, amendment to the special use permit, or a recommendation that the use be denied. I think we offered the concept of advancing the comprehensive plan study of this area as a way to acknowledge that some change in use might be appropriate, but that looking at the area comprehensively might be, would be more in keeping with the city's tradition of really looking at land uses carefully and not incrementally. So you have a couple options there.
Thank you. Well, now is the time for discussion among the commission members and any comment, any final thoughts prior to determining if we will take action tonight.
I can start if you like. I think, from my experience, the suburban office market all over the country, in particular in Chicago, is depressed, and that's largely because, you know, the baby boomers who liked to live in the suburbs are no longer working as much, and it's the millennials now who want to work in the city. So businesses are moving downtown out of the suburbs, and as a result, we have lots of vacancies. So I really don't think that the approved plan is viable, at least in anywhere near, you know, my lifetime. Second, I think the word institutional, you know, sounds bad, and I don't know why, but to me it does. AL and memory care is not a bad thing to me at all. It's very, I think to me it's a residential use with support services. It's very symbiotic with the neighboring residential. It's symbiotic with retail because it provides, you know, consumers for the retail. And the retail in turn is symbiotic with the residential and with the neighboring office. So I think we have kind of a really potentially a happy marriage here of uses, both, you know, on the site and with surrounding uses. So I'm in favor of looking at allowing a use change.
Commissioner Ruggles?
Yeah, I mean, I think after listening to all the discussion and the petitioner's presentation, I believe that a change of use could be a potential for this site. I do think that it's basically high-end luxury apartments for the elderly that we're looking at. And if that, in combination with small commercial and retail as a part of the master plan, is presented, I could support something like that. I do have a number of concerns about the site plan that's presented. You know, the vast amount of parking and pavement on the site, the lack of trees, not showing the berms, the circulation into the site, you know, coming off of Route 60. I'm not sure if that's even safe. But having said that, I think those are all issues that could be brought back in front of the boards for discussion. But I would be supportive of a change in use.
Commissioner Burt?
Yeah, I actually, about a year and a half ago, spent some time reviewing the options in the local area for assisted living for my mother. She was at the skilled nursing at Lake Forest Place. And we lost Westmoreland from those heavy rains, and it was also aging. And it was interesting, the prospect of having to have somebody move out of Lake Forest when you've been here for so long. So I think there's a potential that could be attractive. It doesn't seem like you have the skilled nursing component, which the problem I had with my mom is she needed that. So even though there's a lot of these places, and yours is would be one of these, like, still wouldn't help us. And I'm wondering if people in Lake Forest, when they get to a certain age and actually do have to move out, if that's an important component. And I don't know how this plays out when we review comprehensive plans and talk about institutions. Maybe life is always right, and the market will determine that. But I'm attracted to this assisted living from that standpoint. That it'd be a good way to keep local residents in town, and having the proximity of some activity near the home where people could actually go out and maybe have dinner or some shopping is kind of a civilized notion rather than just being packed away in an isolated site. I mean, it is, like I think Rick said, kind of like a village. The site plan, when I look at it, it's so full of asphalt, so full of parking. It would be nice if there was a way to really more isolate the residential from the strip mall look of the rest of the parking, which means it'd be great if there was an extra 5 or 6 or more acres. Of course, you know, and when I say that, what I'm leading up to is that I know that time is determined to be important, but I hate to do things by extortion either, and I'm wondering if we should somehow try to coordinate this with the review of the comprehensive plan. And maybe also this could help stimulate some of the, serve as input for that review too, because here we have a real-life proposal that has, I think, some merit. So I'm thinking positively, but I'd also like not just to make it incremental, and possibly try to speed up the comprehensive plan, at least for Route 60, and have that be somehow. I mean, this community has been so spectacular about the way it's developed the community for the 100 years that we've been here. If you just compare it to the neighboring communities, I mean, look at the way we've handled Route 41. I mean, you can be out of town for a month, come back, and on a sunny afternoon, you drive through the neighboring communities and you see all kinds of things along the highway, from commercial to, industrial. And you get to Lake Forest and it's like an open vestibule you travel down on a sunny afternoon. Before you even get off at Deer Path or 60, you've already kind of decompressed. And that all happened from planning, and then you go on Deer Path to Market Square, and we restricted development on Deer Path and Green Bay Road, so we had that lovely transition, which in most communities is gas stations, and so we really do have a community that's differentiated itself. So I would recommend that we don't jump into something, and since we have this the comprehensive plan under review, I think we should try to coordinate it at this point.
Thank you. Commissioner Freeman?
Thank you. I also favor referring this to City Council for a review of the use. It seems like petitioner is in agreement with that approach. I think, certainly people will recall from a number of previous meetings that we had on a different development. It was my position that the petitioner shouldn't be held up. If we're going to say no and the City Council doesn't favor this use, then the petitioner should hear that sooner than later. So, and I think in this instance, City Council is uniquely qualified to direct us as to what our next step should be here, because there are, although you may not like the term institutional, it is an institutional use in the sense that I do think it will impact city services differently. And you mentioned the idea of what's the right place for this. Is Route 60 at the furthest element of our community the right place for this, or is it more centrally located to the hospital? That has an impact on city services. I'm not suggesting we should pick one petitioner over another, or pick winners and losers on who's got the best locations necessarily, but we do have a comprehensive plan, and it should fit within that comprehensive plan. But as I said, Kathy, I don't favor holding the petitioner up to the end of the year to figure that out. So I think if City Council is going to consider this, we should put some energy into making that happen sooner than later. The petitioner also said that they need approval of this kind of retail use in order to fully negotiate space with potential users, and I agree with that too. And I think in order to facilitate those discussions, we should see the plan as a whole. So I would also ask City Council to be clear about the direction coming back to us. I'm not in favor of approving parcel or lot 3, if we're going to call it that, without looking at the uses for lots 1 and 2. I think it leads to potential, not misdirection, but misunderstanding of what those future uses might be. So with that in mind, I would just say, we are limited because of the transitional zoning in this district. And so I think it's frankly premature for us to say this is the right use or this is the wrong use. I think what we need to do is look at what we're allowed to do under the traditional zoning and then send it to City Council to consider whether they should change that zoning. That zoning was very intentionally entered into by the city when they considered annexation, and I don't think it's the Plan Commission's purview to reverse all of the work that was done in that regard. And the transitional zoning district requires 4 additional criteria that we would look at. And the first 2 are that the uses are complementary and additive to the nearby office development, that to the extent applicable, interaction between residential, retail, and office uses and other related uses should be considered. As to those first 2, I'm not sure how assisted living does that. I don't see how it helps the additive nearby office development. I do see how it would help an adjoining retail development, but that's not before us. And so I think it needs to be before us if we're going to have a comprehensive review of that. I think we need to see these parcels as a village as opposed to, you know, independent lots. I think that is, at least in my view, critical to our ability to make sure that it aligns with the rest of the city. The other two elements are preserving in a reasonable manner the features on or adjacent to the development. And in that regard, the annexation and the transitional zoning talked about the historic nature of that home. I don't have a position on that, frankly. I don't think it's, personally, I don't think it's the highest and best use, but it's up to City Council to tell us that that's no longer a requirement of the transitional zoning district, and then we can look at the whole plan. And then lastly, of course, enhancing the range of entertaining and business. Again, here I would say, I don't think the use necessarily would adversely impact a residential area. I agree with the idea. I was thinking as well, a good transitional use could be a boutique hotel. I'm comforted by the fact that you're not looking for 3 stories. I think that's an improvement in what was proposed originally. And I think City Council should consider that when it revisits this transitional zoning district. I agree with all of the other comments as far as the difficulty in office space. I work for a company that's transitioning a large number of workers to the city as well, and those that are left are being more and more combined into open office space environments and things of that nature. I don't know that what was originally contemplated by this transitional zoning is still a viable project. I think the city should give serious thought to this, but for our purposes here tonight, absent a review of all 3 lots, absent a change to the zoning, which we don't have the authority to do, I fear that although I want City Council to look at it, and I think they should consider all of these elements, I don't think we have the authority to do anything other than reject it under the current zoning and send it up to City Council.
But then the Plan Commission would be the body that would be reviewing the comprehensive plan and finalize recommendations to the City Council for this corridor.
Again, I would say that shouldn't.
Recommending body.
Yeah, I don't think that if that can be done in a way that complements moving this project forward, then I would be in favor of it. If you're telling me we'll do that in November, I would be against waiting for it. That would be I don't know, I'd like to tie the two, but I don't want to tie the developer's hands. I don't think that would be fair under the circumstances.
Well, if we make it part of the comprehensive plan review, it is being delayed.
Well,
how do you vote on it if you want it to be part of the overall?
I think City Council can do a number of things. They can say we're not going to change the transitional zoning, and so it doesn't qualify. You know, they could do that, and then there's no discussion of it whatsoever. I'm saying that is a decision for City Council, not for the Plan Commission.
The commission, as part of its recommendation, could specifically ask that the City Council advance study of this area. I think, as Commissioner Berg said, perhaps in the context of this plan, and certainly inviting in the neighbors. We heard a lot of comments, and that the comprehensive plan could detail some of the access issues, could certainly deal with the use issues, could establish some development parameters. So part of your recommendation could be that the council immediately advance study of the Route 60 corridor as part of the comprehensive plan update, with the intent of getting an answer for this parcel sooner rather than later.
Commissioner Atkinson?
So first of all, I wanted to thank Mr. Smith and your team for all the work you've done on a really well thought out petition. I want to thank all the neighbors for coming too and expressing their thoughtful consideration of this. This is a tough one. And then I also want to thank Mr. Swanson for his input, because we were in the trenches with this years ago, so thinking this all out. This is a tough parcel, and I really appreciate all the feedback from the neighbors. It really gives me pause to think about what is the best use of this transitional area. I don't think anyone is against the commercial use. I think we all realize that some kind of restaurant, retail, something commercial that is going to enhance this neighborhood and provide some of the services, that really are lacking in Conway Farm and also in this area. I think we're all in agreement that the commercial use for this property is a good one. What I'm struggling with is the institutional. And I haven't really been convinced right now that the institutional is supporting anything for the surrounding area. In fact, I think what I've heard in terms of the ambient light and the traffic, the increased workers here, the EMT visits, right now I'm thinking that the institutional use is more of a negative impact on the surrounding area. I don't see how that fits into the transitional idea, or even the whole idea of how we really envision this property to service the surrounding area and how it fits into the character of the surrounding area. And you know, I think we all are in agreement that a 45-foot office building is really not viable anymore. I mean, that wasn't like a plan set in place back in 2006. It was just the idea that, okay, you're gonna be transitioning for bigger office buildings, go down lower, and then set it back as far from residential as you can. But you know, maybe there's something now, you know, new urban is a big thing right now, and mixed use is really a really big thing that cities are reconsidering. And maybe this is an area where we think about something that's more mixed use, and that enhances this whole area. It is a gateway. I think really your site plan really alarmed me more than anything else, because it does look more like Vernon Hills, clear-cut parking lot, instead of something within character of Lake Forest, where it's landscape dominated, pedestrian oriented. You know, you don't want to see, like everyone pointed out, big swaths of hardscape. So we're trying to bridge something here. I still haven't been convinced the change of zoning is, I haven't been convinced on the need of it. I don't support changing to institutional. I think commercial and some kind of mixed use on this property, two-story kind of Market Square development with the green space connections to the neighborhoods, walking past to, you know, Conway Farms, all the offices, to get them over here to service them. Something that's more sensitive and will support what's around them and fill the needs of what's around there. But I don't see institutional as being that need right now. I think it's more of a negative.
I'm also thinking of the cost that would need to be borne by the petitioner for additional consultants, drainage studies and such. So I would also be in favor of putting this before the city council for a sense of what they consider of this use. But more along the lines of what's proposed in the first staff recommendation, to recommend any change to the currently approved uses, site plan, and development parameters for any part of the previously approved Amberley Woods development occur only in the context of a study of the larger Route 60 corridor as part of the comprehensive plan update process. But I would want to accelerate discussion of the comprehensive plan for Route 60.
Will the chair entertain a motion?
I will.
So I would make a motion to deny the request, not the use at this time, and the request being to amend the annexation, subdivision, development, and settlement agreement for Amberley Woods to allow an institutional use to be located there within the Amberley Woods development, and refer this recommendation to City Council to consider any change to the currently approved zoning, uses, site plan, or development parameters of the previously approved Amberley Woods development as a whole, and to the extent possible, in a timely manner, as part of the review of the Route 60 corridor and/or the comprehensive plan as time permits. So to
We have a
clarify, I modified just a little bit, but I'm open to a friendly amendment, but after we get a second. But I don't think it should be a requirement that it be part of either one of those reviews, but the city council should certainly take our recommendation that they do that in a timely manner to the extent possible.
Do we have a second?
A second?
Should we open it up to
Well,
discussion?
do we want, if we send it off like that, are they gonna think that we're just denying it and on to the next item, or are we structuring the motion in a way that, do we wanna add there some of our sentiments that we're open to the notion of this type of use?
And that's why I said we're denying the request, and I think largely in my view, based on the current zoning.
Right.
So we need them to review the zoning. We're denying the request, not the use, right? We're just saying at this point,
At this point in time.
given
we're
what we
denying
have
it.
before us, we're
So
limited.
So city council will look at it first, and then if they approve the use change, then it comes back to us. And then,
The way I understand the motion is you are not weighing in one way or the other on the use. You're denying the request for this particular change and recommending that the city council conduct at the earliest possible time a study of the Route 60 corridor specifically with respect to this proposal, and incorporate that either as a standalone study or as part of the comprehensive plan.
Correct.
The council.
Zoning, use, site plan, and development parameters, those are the, sorry.
I do think it would be good for listening to what the council members may say before having the petitioner incur a lot of expenses.
You know, and if you think about this, the last time we really did any kind of visioning seminar or any discussion of this area was, what, 2001? I mean, in terms of the whole, I mean, things have changed dramatically in 2001. So maybe the parameters we set in those visioning seminars and ultimately this whole property, you know, a lot of things have been built out since then. You know, so maybe it would be worth city council kind of going through that same process of, okay, how do you envision this being built out? And does this service the neighborhood? Is this what you want? I mean, we also talked about some kind of gateway feature, you know, I don't know what that even means, but, I mean, maybe it's worth a review or maybe even a larger review of this area.
Well, I think we should also be clear about concerns that have been raised both by members of the public and the commission about clearing so many trees, having so much impervious surface. To allow the retail, we would definitely need a zoning change as well to provide the visibility that would be normal for a retail property. Any buffering with the Amberley Woods condominium. Petitioner is willing to consider the cul-de-sac and some berming that would hide the service area. But those are all concerns that have been raised. And even if there's a walking path within that development, I mean, there's really no walking path along Route 60. So, I mean, it's still fairly contained for a pedestrian area. I wouldn't say it's an urban
They're developing that though, aren't they?
an urban development, would you? Not transit-oriented or?
But I think they're developing some kind of walking path along 60, right?
Yes, in fact, as part of earlier approvals for this parcel, there was some contribution to the walking path proposed for the north side. With your recommendation, as you've described it, you're denying this particular plan at this time because it is not consistent with zoning, and you're asking the city council for direction on the proposed use change and suggesting that that be done through an expedited study of the area. If the council gives us direction to do that study, we would work closely with the developer, the neighbors, the members of the corporate office park who have also offered comments on this parcel. So we would initiate some community discussion and focus on the issues that have been raised tonight and any other issues that would come up. So I think the motion as framed gives good direction to the city council that this area needs to be studied. The current plan is not appropriate and the study should be expedited so that we can move this forward before the plan commission gets into a detailed review and multiple meetings about the site plan.
And it should come back to us as a whole, which the motion contemplates as well, so that we can look at it in that way. But again, I want to be clear, the motion says in a timely manner, right, and to the extent possible. So I'm not suggesting in my motion that it requires that. That'll be for city council to.
Excuse me, may I know you closed the hearing or comment, but I'd like to kind of look at it from the petitioner's perspective. The problem we see is that if it goes to the city council as any kind of a denial, that's problematic. What we would suggest is that you say that you concur in the uses, if that's the case, that are proposed, but don't feel that you can proceed with the entire petition until you hear from the city council on that issue as to whether they agree with that. Ask that it be referred to the city council and then referred back here. Because of course we have to go through engineering and, you know, the drainage issues and the landscaping issues and everything else that you've raised, and the staff report recognized that it didn't make sense to do that tonight because of this prominent issue of what the appropriate uses are. But I would prefer, and the petitioner would prefer, if you could say, we agree with these uses, if the city council agrees with them, and the city council can undertake whatever study it determines. Ultimately, it has to come back to you. I'm concerned about a denial. Do we have to start over then with all of our plans? So I'd like to keep it alive, send it to the city council with your thoughts, and then ask that it be sent back to complete the hearing.
I would say I'm not prepared to support or deny the institutional use. The market study took a portion of the assisted living, it took a portion of the memory care. It's about 83% leased. I mean, these types of properties typically take 2 to 3 years to lease up. So I guess, and I think there is some difference of opinion.
What if
on-
you simply referred it to the city council for consideration of the use without taking a formal position, ask them to weigh in on it, and then remand it back here to complete the hearing? Because, again, we need to, if we're going to finish this process, we have to go back to the technical plans, which we're happy to do, but I think the staff recommended that the city council should weigh in on the use. We support that because ultimately it's going to be their decision, and it's going to save everybody a lot of time and money to not take, you know, to take that process and go through that
The
process.
denial can be couched in that reapplication fees should be waived, or you could couch the motion in a way that you're tabling the review of the site plan, so essentially that petition stays live and sits on the shelf. You're tabling the review of the site plan until you get council direction on the use.
Can we continue the petition pending city council's view on the use?
I think tabling it would be more appropriate. Continuing, I think you're looking for direction from the city council before you see it again.
Right.
I don't think you want to give an indication to the petitioners to spend more money to look in depth at engineering. So tabling the site plan review might be more appropriate.
We think that's.
Well, is
that's
the public, I have a point of order. Is the public hearing closed? Because we have 2 other items on the agenda tonight, and I'd like to move forward
Technically,
with
the
the motion.
public hearing was closed.
Right.
However, if the attorney for the petitioner had some pertinent information, I thought it might be.
Yeah, and I think you've been respectful of that, and I'd appreciate them being respectful of our time as well.
And we have a motion on the floor, right?
We have a motion on the floor, and the question is also, as several of us have stated, well, we have 2 issues. Will council want this type of use? And does the Plan Commission want to consider it without also considering the bigger picture of the comprehensive plan of Route 60 corridor?
Correct, and I think the motion contemplates all of that.
Yes.
Okay.
And I trust Kathy's judgment if fees can be waived, and I mean, the spirit of our discussion here has been that the petitioner should not be put to extra cost. We should move this through, so I trust that Kathy will adequately represent those to the city council when they get there.
Any other discussion among the commission members? Are you prepared to vote on the motion on the
Oh, I
floor.
second it.
It was seconded, yeah.
Why not? Again.
All those in
Second, second.
favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
I
Aye. All those opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you very much, and we do appreciate your interest in that parcel, and we look forward to hearing more.
You're not kidding. So much for 8:30, right?
Wow. Should we take a brief break from here?
And we will take a 5-minute break now before continuing.
Thank you. The game wasn't tonight. I was wrong. Okay, it's tomorrow.
Yeah, you know the
Good evening to those who were here previously and to the newcomers. Our next course of action here is continued consideration of a request for approval of the tentative and final plat of re-subdivision and overall site plan for the second phase of the McKinley Road redevelopment based on the previously approved master plan. 1 lot and 2 outlots are proposed. The second phase of the development is proposed on property currently addressed as 711 McKinley Road and a portion of the property currently addressed as 697 McKinley Road. Property owners and contract purchaser are 711 McKinley LLC, Todd Altunian 50%, Peter Whitmer 50%, Church of the Covenants, current owner of 697 McKinley Road. I will ask if there are any declarations of conflicts of interest or ex parte contacts for commission members to report. Okay, hearing none. Will all those who are planning to give testimony tonight please stand, and we'll swear you all in at once. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to your best knowledge?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Whitmer, please proceed.
Thank you. We are coming back from our previous meeting last month, and we've been busy working at this, and I think we've, the comments that we got and received and working with the neighbors, we've really come up with some changes that I think we're excited to show you. Just to kind of review quickly, the things that we got from the last meeting was, from the Planning Commission, was to look at options of increasing the green space, to maintain a visual terminus to the end of the street, on the main street coming down the east-west street, to look at the pedestrian circulation through the site again, to show relationships to the scale of Regents Row, dimension floor plans, look at a sun study, and then review concerns with the neighbors. This is our revised site plan, and what we did, we really thought that this is in green is the phase 2. We reviewed with the library, and really they have been consistent since the beginning of this development that they need parking in. I think they gave you a document which that is consistent with their needs, and so expanding the green space that way really would not be consistent with their wishes and really the initial ideas of the development. What we really thought made most sense is to make the space in the phase 3 and really have it go to the east and have additional green space in that area. So that's basically a little over doubling the size of the green space that we're proposing. This just shows a little bit bigger in that. The scale of that space is interesting, and we had talked about this in our initial presentation, bless you, for this. And if you look at the scale of this compared to Market Square, it is actually, if you take the grass space and the 2 sidewalks in between the trees, you can see the relationship here of Market Square in that space. So it isn't small. I think just to give you a sense of what that size is, it's about, the existing open space was about 3,200 square feet, and the additional space is another 4,000 square feet. What we did is really to study this and how its relationship of the space would be in the development of phase 3. And here we just have a diagram which just shows this, that really our building envelope will come down to the edge of this and allow it for a terminus on the visuals end of that. And I think the one thing, if I can just show you the model, and you see this in other people's centers a little bit better, all right, perfect. So that this space, this would be the additional open space, but then we still would have an ability to have an element of the building really line up and continue this so that you'd have some visual access ending for that space, with us still having the open space to the south of that. This is just a bird's eye view looking at that of the space that we had. Here's the original in phase 2, and then the additional space. A couple other little things is that originally we had thought of having a stockade fence here, which we don't think makes any sense, and that we'd have a lower metal fence along that edge to allow the opening of this. So this additional open space as you come in allows this the library, an additional open area next to its property line. Just from the front, looking from the southwest, you can see that additional space. And then next, we looked at the pedestrian patterns, and really what we went back to was the original meetings, and what we talked about here were the, in blue, when you come from across Market Square, you can see that you can't, now that they don't allow you to go through the train in the center, keeps you from going through that way. So you have to come on either on Deer Path or Westminster. And then if you're in these parking lots, you really can't, you have to climb through the landscape barrier, go across, and then go through another landscape piece and across parking to get through here. Really the steps and the crosswalk is really at the center of this train station, so that you come through these pieces here on the east-south, or that you continue down on Deer Path and come across, or come down, so that you come down. And then we have the north-south circulation that would go through our sidewalk system and through the site. And really, in the what was contemplated on this was the having a connection here. And a couple things that really didn't work. One is that there isn't really a connection. When you're in the parking lot here, you really need to come down here and go across, or go down here and go across. When you get here, if you were here and did this, this is really sort of the trash and loading area of the library. Really, the library circulation is around this side in the primary piece, and you come up and across this way. This circulation really puts it next to the residents at the first level and second level here, and would hamper, and the church isn't in favor of it either, because it would have the ability to hamper their expansion and possibilities in the future too. So I think all those sort of the main ideas is that we really want to encourage people to use the crosswalks here at the ends and there. Didn't make, in our minds, a lot of sense to do that and keep with the pedestrian circulation that way we're showing it here. The next piece was to see, again, we showed this in the beginning in the earlier presentations, but we showed it again here. This is just Regents Row laid in top of our development, just to get an idea of the scale of it. So this is our building that we built. This is Regents Row. It's about 2 bays longer, and then it has a building has an opening here, and then another building. So you can see that it's actually, this is shorter by, these are about 23 feet, so about 40 feet shorter on this end, and then our second building is really open. And so I think you can get an idea of that scale with this comparison. Another thing was the units, and I apologize, this format's a little bit, you kind of cut off the top. I believe you have this in the brochures. This just shows all the square footages of all the units, the 3 floors, and the parking underground. And then this is just the dimension plans. We have 17 spaces underneath in the basement, and just the different units with the different dimensions. We're 84 feet across and about 150 feet long building. The existing building is 84 by 220. This is the roof space. And then we did some sun studies. I know we gave you some stills of this, but this, hopefully this will work. All right. worked earlier. Tried it. But basically what it shows, let me go back. What it shows, this is, there we go. Did it go? No. Well, I can't seem to get it work earlier, but the sun study basically shows that one is that the open space, and you see in those stills, really doesn't hamper that, and there's plenty of sunlight that goes through there. Actually, what it showed me was that the building doesn't really sit exactly north-south. It actually, in the summer solstice, is that the south edge is light on the south elevation all the time. I kind of thought it was not that. So in the Lake Forest, I always thought was on north-south axis, and it's not exactly. It's off a little bit. So that was one of the things I thought was interesting that I hadn't realized. The other, we spent a lot of time actually with the neighbors and really listening to them and understanding their concerns. And most of the concerns were two things. One is that, houses, they've been through a lot with the construction the way it was. And, how can we impact it less and try to mediate some of the things in the second phase. So one of the things that was concerning, not only for the people that live in our building that we completed, but also for the 333 group, was separating the construction traffic from residential traffic during that. Then the second would be if we could move the construction staging to the south end, and then water drainage of this area during the construction phase, because this is going on a long time. And I think, and then the last, to make the streetscape of Westminster less like a construction and more like a permanent thing, so that we wouldn't use construction fencing, that we would use wood fencing, which I thought was a really good idea. I mean, I think all these were really good. And then to be involved in the phase 3 of this project, and all these things we're very pleased that are happening. So this is just I know that the Plan Commission doesn't necessarily get involved that much in the construction phasing of things, but it really is important here because it is integrated. Takes a long time for this, and we felt like we needed to show this and get this in front of you, that we're doing this. One is that we're going to have a construction entrance off of Westminster. It's going to come in here. The residents will use the existing streetscape or the existing circulation piece here. Then we'll have the fence back off the street, off the property line here. This is actually where the construction fence is currently, just to give you a reference there. Maintain this tree. I think we can we've been out and looked at this. We can trim this tree out and keep this, and then have a wood fence across the face of this, so that this green space isn't, in the streetscape here, that we can maintain this. To have some vegetation here inside. This would be an open space so that no construction equipment and that drainage can come through here for this, and have an interior fence along this way to make sure that nobody thinks it's a good idea to put stuff there when we aren't there. And then have the construction fence here. The area of construction staging would be in this location. The other thing that we've done with this is to preliminary engineering has been provided for not only the site plan itself for the phase 2 building, but also then for the construction of the phase 3 area during construction, because there's a fair amount of concern about water and how does that work when this temporary parking and all that. So we just got started with that. We've met with the neighbor a number of times and walked the site a number of times and met with the engineer. So we've submitted a preliminary thing. I still think it needs a fair amount of work, but we're in that process of moving that forward. And that will go through then the typical process of we'll have not only the plan approved, but the construction, fencing, all that stuff will have to be up prior to us getting actually the building permit for the building itself. So all that will not only be engineered, it'll actually be in place, and we'll make sure that everybody's satisfied with that prior to getting our building permit to start the phase 2 building. This is the just the overall site plan again. And this is really what we're approving, we're asking for approval on is just the phase 2 of this project. And then the last thing I have here, this is actually the preliminary plat of subdivision, which shows our lot, the outlot that will be annexed, and I'm sorry, the A lot was which the church will retain, and then the B lot, which will be deeded over to the city for the library's use. So that's my presentation, and oh, there's a couple other things I just wanted to make sure we're clear on. One was, I know there was a fair amount of discussion about the fencing on top of the retaining walls going down to the parking ramp. We're planning on, let's see, yeah, I showed it here. We're planning on having metal railings and landscaping on either side of those to protect people from falling into those. We just wanted to graphically show you those. And then the other issue that came up was having the parapets flat on the penthouses, and we're able to actually do that on 3 sides, so that, and then just drop the north side of that to have its gutters so that they appear flat on those on that parapet. So I think we're easily able to accommodate those too. So that's my presentation, and I'll turn it back over for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll hear identification of issues by staff.
Just a few comments, Chairman Kerr. This is before you for a recommendation on the plat of subdivision. We looked more closely at alignment of this with the previously approved master plan, and this plan is very consistent with the previously approved master plan. Certainly from a master plan standpoint, the use is exactly what was contemplated. The footprint of the second building has gotten a little wider as a result of acquisition of the church property. Negotiations with the church was something that the city council specifically encouraged to resolve that issue. The building has gotten slightly longer. The open space on phase 2 is generally the size that was reflected in the master plan. The revised plan that's shown contemplates extending that green space to the southern portion of the 3rd phase. And I believe Commissioner Ruggles spoke to that a bit at the last meeting. So from the staff's perspective, we do not see any significant discrepancy between what is now proposed and what was anticipated as a high-level master plan. This master plan is different than what you just saw at the previous petition. That was a very specific special use permit, annexation agreement, and a settlement agreement that resulted from extensive negotiations and mediation. So the master plan is a higher level. We did review the master plan and the council's discussion of the dedication of land to the city to provide a minimum of 8 parking spaces, including some accessible spaces to the library. That was very clearly something that the city council directed happen. I know library representatives are here tonight, but that additional parking at the rear of the building, on the flat portion of the building, and near the existing sidewalks continues to be very important to the library. There is a condition recommended that the commission would ask the city council to direct the commission to relook at the 3rd phase, recognizing that the northern parcel was acquired since the master plan was approved, and to do that review, refinement of the 3rd phase in advance of the petitioner coming forward with a final plan or even a preliminary plan. And we would certainly do that in a public forum with the commission and ensure that neighbors were notified. We did hear from a number of neighbors, and They are interested, the concerns, their interests really revolved around the third phase and how that transition would occur, how the Westminster streetscape would occur. I would suggest that you add one additional condition, although it would occur anyway. I believe on page 4 of the staff report, I did detail the results of a meeting to discuss staging, construction activity, and as Mr. Whitmer talked about requiring an interim drainage and grading plan for the staging area to assure that we really look at that staging area more carefully than we have in the past to manage impacts, ongoing impacts on neighbors, recognizing that construction activity is disruptive. We did, either earlier today or yesterday, receive a preliminary interim grading and drainage plan for the staging area. The city engineer has not yet reviewed that, but he certainly will review that thoroughly and in detail, offer to meet with the neighbors, share that plan with the neighbors, and the city engineer does review materials consistent with the Lake County Watershed Development Ordinance. So with the addition of perhaps a condition that enumerates those points there at the bottom of page 4, that would assure that the staging and construction area is looked at consistent with the intent described in the staff report. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And now we will have questions and requests for clarification from the commissioners to the petitioner or staff, and we'll start with Commissioner Athenson.
Sorry, I gotta put that on. So Kathy, let me ask you this about phase 3. Is it possible that that could be approved as open space? Or is it like guaranteed there will be a building there?
The master plan that was approved anticipated that as a third phase of residential use. Certainly plans can always be changed, but the master plan contemplated some form of residential use on that property.
Mm-hmm. Well, as you said, we've been kind of revising the master plan as we go along, so I'm just wondering, once these buildings are built out, and it just seems like it's too much of an impact negatively on the neighbors, and we think, maybe it's better open space, is that something that could be decided?
The purchase sale agreement does contemplate how that property will be developed. Certainly if the city council decided that they weren't going to fulfill the contractual obligations and they were going to retain the property, or certainly there's a legal way to have that happen, but this property, the third phase, is documented as residential use,
Okay.
residential development
Okay.
in some form.
Okay, and so I'm taking that as a no, it can't be open space. And then the other question I had is, in terms of the master planning, when they were looking at this whole area, was there any discussion about potential expansion of the library and how that would happen and where that would happen?
The discussion
When
that
you're looking
occurred,
at the master plan, yeah.
the discussion that occurred as part of the master plan did designate the additional property that's reflected on the plan being transferred to the city for the purpose of providing additional parking for the library. That was the discussion that occurred.
But there's no discussion about building expansion or renovation. There's no anticipation of that. You're just going with the 8 spaces.
That was what was approved.
Okay. Okay, and then Peter, you mentioned something about the church's plans for expansion, and I think that's the first we've heard of that. So can you just detail, as we're looking at this in a whole, what are the church's plans for expansion?
I don't think they have any immediate plan for expansion.
Oh, okay.
I know that they had a plan that Howard Van Ornschall had drawn up to add to their church, and that was really a fair amount of the, so they're looking not in a short term, but just as a long-term piece that they would have the ability to do that.
Yeah, because I'm looking at that whole streetscape, and then there's just a big open area for the church to potentially develop, so I'm trying to anticipate what is that gonna look like?
I think, you know, the church is here, so if I'm saying anything that's not right, I'm sure Ruth can correct me, but Howard Van Dorn Shaw had an addition plan that was part of that, to do that, and that with the addition of, that's why they were very concerned about the property and how much they had and all that, so that they could do that in the future, see if they ever had a need to do that. That's the only thing, or if they needed some additional parking for the parking lot, the existing lot wasn't large enough that they could expand their parking into that space too.
Okay, so long-term, it's not gonna stay open green space, it would probably be
They
parking and
absolutely
built out.
want to retain the ability to use their property, correct.
Okay, okay. Let's see. And I just wanted to mention to you, just, my reference to Regents Row was not about the size of the building, it was actually about the architectural style, and, which is very residential, clip ceilings, 2.5 stories, and just how it's more subordinate than, it wasn't, because your building now is just 3 stories with a walkout terrace, so that's almost 4 stories, is because Regents Row is 2.5. So I know, I'm just concerned about the massiveness of this building, and just how it presents against Market Square, and also how it dominates over the library and the church. But that, I guess that ship has sailed, right? We have no recourse in redesigning, making that building smaller. That's been approved by BRB, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. All right. And let's see. And would you consider not putting fencing around the green space? And leaving that open?
I think we could consider that. I mean, there was concern about security, you know, like just keeping that space available, or, you know, secure, and I think with a wrought iron type fence that, you know, people aren't running through that space, and there is parking next to it too, so that,
That's true.
you know, it'll have landscape, we're planning on landscaping the side of it, so that would be, I mean, I still think it leaves a visual part
Yeah.
together, but if it weren't parking, if it were grass on the other side or open space on that, I think we'd think that, but, you know, I think, our final landscape plan will probably slightly change from the modifications based on exactly how that comes together. I think, you know, that's a pretty typical process for the city to do that. I would leave it open if we, you know, everyone thought a fence wasn't a good idea.
Okay.
For that, you know, absolutely.
Okay,
you know,
great,
yeah.
thank you. That's it.
Commissioner Berg?
I have no questions.
Commissioner Ruggles?
Okay, Kathy, I have some questions regarding the open space. The design drawings that we have say that the open space contemplates an opportunity for that, in the southernmost portion of Phase 3 to become an open space. But if we approve Phase 2 as is, that we are not necessarily getting that open space in Phase 3, right? This is just sort of, maybe you'll get it.
This action is a recommendation on the subdivision itself. However, there's also a recommendation that the city council direct the plan commission to review the 3rd phase, and if that open space is important, I would expect that the commission, as part of those discussions, establish that as part of a revision to the master plan going forward, or a refinement.
Okay.
You could certainly indicate your intention in your discussion and deliberations.
And is that, if we would want to see potential buildings in Phase 3, that's also something that we could put into the recommendation? Like, what's the potential footprint of the buildings in Phase 3? I know Peter said that, you know, he'd like to have some sort of, you know, focal point at the end of the access of the road, which is great, you know, because that's what we're looking for in the view corridors and such, but I think it would be important for us to see what the plan is for Phase 3, especially now since the northern portion of that area is no longer a single-family residential. It could potentially be a long length of townhouses. So if we want to see that, that's something we have to send back to City Council and have them direct us to look at Phase 3.
It would make sense it's clear that the commission wants to look at Phase 3, given the build-out that's occurred, given the addition of the northern portion of the property. So it would be completely appropriate for the commission to ask the council to direct the Plan Commission to review and refine Phase 3. And you can certainly establish development parameters. I think what we've heard is that until Phase 2 really develops and there's a sense of the market, the master plan isn't going to show you exactly the architecture of the building or the exact footprint, but certainly the Phase 3 discussion could talk about setbacks or general building footprint or terminus of the street or buffering or massing, transition, at any of those concepts, and you could detail those to the extent you felt appropriate.
Okay. And then, Peter, I just had, it's probably in your packet, but how tall would the iron fence be on the southern property line?
I think we have it as 42 inches.
So it's a relatively
It's
low
relatively
fence,
low,
so that
but-
you still have this connectivity to the library?
Yeah, that would be the idea.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Freeman?
Kathy, I know we can't get into the details of the contract that governs the use of this property, but can you at least confirm that the city's portion of revenue that'll be generated from this property are the building that will ultimately go on Phase 3? I mean, is that the way it was set up?
Ask that question again, please.
So originally, the property that was owned by the city, right, was at the back of the property that was owned by the developer, where the Historical Society used to be, right?
The
there was-
entire property from Westminster South to the south property line of the library is owned by the city, but is under contract to the developer.
Right. So is there anything about the city's ability in that contract? I mean, I guess what I would, let me phrase it a different way, maybe we'll get at the same answer. Can we, in our recommendation to the city, ask that not only Phase 3 come back to us, which sounds like the neighbors want, and sounds like the developer's been doing a good job in staying in communication with them, so that makes perfect sense, but could we ask that the city, when they send it back to us, give us some direction as it relates to open space, or, said a different way, density, as it relates to that Phase 3? Because what I wouldn't want to do is have us go through this big deliberation again, send it up to City Council and have it come back to us. We said there was multifamily use all the way through. That's always been part of this consideration. There was thought to single-family home or duplexes facing Westminster, but it was always going to be some combination. And I guess it would, from my thinking, is it might be helpful for the commission to understand. I mean, we spent a lot of time, I don't want to turn this into my comment section, but I just want to put the question in context. A lot of the discussion about the parking spaces and that swap of land that the city arranged and the open space, you know, there was a discussion about, when it went up to City Council, that it might be nice if the library decided to put an exit right there on the north end, that you would have the open space, you know, directionally in line with that. If that's not what the city intended and because the City Council approved this land swap, so I'm assuming that they didn't like that idea, wouldn't it be better for us to know when it comes back to us for Phase 3 that they don't like the other idea either? I mean, otherwise they're going to have to keep coming back, and it delays the process.
Now I understand your question, sorry. I will work with the city attorney and get authority to pull as much detail out of that purchase sale agreement that we can, because it does, I see your point. It does speak to parameters of what is expected, what was anticipated to occur in Phase 3. So
Right.
yes, that makes sense, and we will certainly do that as we bring back the discussion of Phase 3 to
Yeah,
you.
and to be clear, we wanted to be sensitive to the transition to the neighborhood, but we didn't expect the city to forfeit it into a park. I mean, that was the plan that we approved. The city should get something out of this deal that they've negotiated. So if they don't want it the way we originally put it up, let's get some clarity about what they are thinking, so we don't have to do this over and over again.
Understood.
All right, question on the fencing. I didn't envision there not being a fence because I'm concerned about the cars that come around the back in addition to the parking spaces. I think you're gonna have to, from a public safety standpoint, be sensitive to that. But I'd like the idea of lowering the profile, making it more open if there's going to be some kind of substantial open space there, which I guess remains a question in my mind. What about emergency access? Don't you have to have an opening in the fence, and doesn't there have to be a certain width? What will that do to an open space should there be a desire to extend that open space to the east? I mean, do you have to have like a paved walkway or something?
I mean, we have an opening for the walkway itself, but really, when we did the subdivision or whatever, we have two ways in and out of that from our thing, so that it isn't really an emergency egress, and then they can get around the backside of the library. So,
Oh, good. I was fearful
yeah.
that you'd have to have this wide
we
opening.
really don't
Okay.
have to do that. I know originally we had thought that, but after we went through the planning with fire and police on the overall master plan, that really wasn't a requirement.
Yeah, I mean, that certainly makes the expansion of the open space more attractive. And thanks for all the work on the pedestrian walkways as well. That was very helpful.
And I believe the slide showing the metal fence also had an opening.
It has an opening for the sidewalk itself, so like
Right,
a 4-foot
exactly,
opening that people can walk through that space.
Right, so from the library, they have
Correct.
a way to enter the open space.
Correct.
Commissioner Douglas?
No questions.
I want to thank the petitioner, and I want to thank Kathy, because we had a number of questions from our last meeting, and I believe that the staff report added quite a lot of clarity with some of the detailed responses. So thank you. Now we are ready for public testimony, not to exceed 5 minutes per speaker, and I see Mr. Donovan is here. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Mr. Donovan?
Good evening. Hi, my name is Doug Donovan. I'm going to reference some notes so I can stay on task and on time. I represent my family. We live at 373 East Westminster. It's the property directly east of this development in the city lots. I think we're probably familiar. Hopefully you've had a chance to see the letter that I submitted for this review. We've had a lot of developments, communications in the last days, and so it came in a little bit late. I'm here today to emphasize and reinforce the points of that letter and its attachments that were included. The letter details the impacts, including diminished property values being imposed to our homes since this development was rezoned and commenced early 2017, in particular with regards to watershed, grading, and the ambiguity of the future state and associated corrective actions to our impacts. In the context of the watershed, these impacts not only are relevant to our home, but also our neighbors and our neighborhood to the east. Since the February actions of the development submission, we've contracted our own engineering firm to help us understand what's happening around us and better assimilate the current state and the future state for these communications. Over the recent days, we've experienced numerous positive developments in communications with city staff and the developers. We sat down maybe last Wednesday, had a good conversation, and had a number of communications since then. We've been encouraged by the cooperative tone and the commitments by the developers during a site tour to resolve those concerns. These activities have also clarified that watershed and grading activities, including many tons of infill and grade elevation increases to our detriment, were not actually permitted to ensure an appropriate plan in the health, safety, and well-being of those impacted. As recently today, I've had correspondence with Director Zerniak and the developers. They have rapidly responded to progress a corrective action plan, corrective action vision, I would say, as included in tonight's proposal. While this is progress, it's also still a draft. I have new comments from my engineer this afternoon that I've brought with me if we need to submit those as part of the record, but I can also share those with the staff and the developers and in subsequent meetings. Director Zerniak also suggested that probably appropriate that we sit down engineer to engineer to talk those over and make sure we have clarity to the details and the expectations. All these activities illustrate the ongoing uncertainties of how this master plan will be cohesively implemented, consistent with the original proposals of the master plan. Without resolving the ongoing uncertainty, increased watershed, grading changes, and increased elevations, and the current ongoing detrimental impact to our family. In simple terms, this proposal requests more. In turn, we should do more to assure that corrective actions are reasoned and with the same lasting permanence as the relief that's being requested by the petition. Again, I want to say, having toured the site with the developer, I'm very encouraged by the promises of resolution as detailed in the letter. However, we've suffered these impacts over the last 2 years, and the corrective actions have been deferred to engineering for resolution, and they've gotten us nowhere until this has come up. So I'm reluctant to defer it just to engineering for a corrective action to be implemented. We request that the Plan Commission take no premature action granting development relief and the subsequent demolition construction permits until we're able to understand what the engineering studies report and be assured that a reasoned corrective action is laid out. A plan in action, in black and white and consistent with those communicated in our letter and these attachments. We protest any actions by the Plan Commission that do not address these concerns detailed in the letter and here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe by the paragraph that Kathy has asked be considered for part of our recommendation, the city engineer would be reviewing that on a continuing basis during construction. Any final questions from the commission to the petitioner or staff? Direction to the petitioner and staff, or requests for additional information?
Debbie, can I just have you respond to Mr. Donovan? I feel like there's some unresolved issues here. I just want to make sure I understand, like, his requests and what is going on and what's left unresolved, and just so we understand that his needs are being met here.
Sure. And I believe it was in your packet, a revised staging plan that was discussed when we met last week. What was agreed to is that we would require an interim grading and drainage plan specifically for the staging area. That was prepared by Bleck Engineering, and again, I think we received it yesterday or this morning, so that has not yet been reviewed by the city engineer. But that plan will need to be reviewed. We've offered to sit down with Mr. Donovan and his engineer. Any specific improvements required as part of that plan will be required to be completed before we issue a building permit for the second building. So really looking at that construction area, the fencing, the grading, is there a catch basin needed? Should there be a connection to storm sewer? As we sit here today, we can't, I can't tell you what the city engineer will recommend. I know there's also been discussion, could we do something that would improve the fact that the Donovan property, which is low, also receives some water from McKinley and Westminster. It seems to sit in a bit of a bowl. So we are committed to looking at this not specifically, not only from the construction staging area, but to see if there's some other interim improvements that can be made. And this will have to be resolved before we issue a permit for the second building.
Okay.
So we should include that within our
Sure,
recommendation
you can
regarding the
include that.
staging. Because there are 5 points listed on pages 4 and 5 that deal with construction, traffic, staging, interim grading, and drainage.
So, Mr. Donovan, does that meet your needs? Is that sufficient in terms of that response? I just want to make sure that,
I would repeat this in the letter, that they're dot points from Kathy, but also from my meeting with the developer. Personally, I think there's more than the 4 or 5 dot points I saw in the staff report. That's why I'm very specifically referencing the letter as the expectations for resolution.
okay, yeah.
No, I would agree. I mean, I think there's a couple of things I'd like to add to that. Is that one is that we started this process and we came up with a plan relatively quickly. And I think it's very helpful for us to meet with Doug and go over specifically on site prior to giving it to engineering, because it's not only there's drainage is a big issue in that, but there's also aesthetics to it too, and really marrying the aesthetics to the drainage plan, so we don't give and have an engineering plan that really Doug's not happy with, or that didn't really follow what we had talked about even. And I think there's some holes there already that we've talked about. So, we have a meeting set up for Monday. We're gonna go through that. We're gonna go through, I mean, we're committed to it. And I think one thing I just make sure that everybody understands is that we're not only have to get the plan approved, we actually have it to implement those drainage things prior to getting done. So it's not only the plan, the fences it's like putting up a construction fence or a tree fence before you start your building. It'll be the same process that you have to do that. So I think, again, that'll give Doug some more assurance that we get things right and do it right. I mean, I'm pretty confident. I understand his reluctancy just based on the last, period of time that hasn't been done. So I think, we're on it, and I think it's all going to be good. But I don't think, if you had to write down every, we were as specific as, hey, if we take the branch off the tree, we can keep this tree here while we still have the road there. I mean, there's those kinds of specifics which are really tough to grasp without having absolutely written down everything. So I still think there's things that we need to meet on site and to go over.
Okay, and you're committed to doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Fortunately, Doug and I have been friends for a long time, so it makes it easier.
Okay.
Thanks.
So does Kathy Cerniak become the referee in this process?
It really is the city engineer.
Okay.
We can't sit here tonight and commit to an inlet being located 5 feet from the curb, or I think all of the input that's provided will be given to the city engineer. We've offered to meet engineer to engineer, certainly with the Donovans present, but we can't sit here tonight and tell you exactly what those specific improvements will be.
Right. So it would have to be acceptable to the city engineer, and it would have to be agreed to before a building permit for the second building would be issued. That's what you have said tonight.
The city engineer will need to approve a plan, and the work will need to be completed before we will issue a permit for the second building. Ultimately, it's the city engineer's call as to what improvements are made, but we're certainly willing to take all the input and facilitate meetings in the office on site. I can't promise that everyone will agree at the end of the day.
Right, exactly. That's why I asked who the referee would be. But there is a sincere effort on the part of the city engineer and certainly the commission members to provide assurances to you before the building permit is issued, so that their drainage issue in particular would be addressed. We seem to have two parties who are willing to work in good faith And that's what I would encourage you to do in conjunction with your engineers. Any other questions from the commission to the petitioner or staff? I had a couple of questions then. Mr. Whitmer, how long will it take for the construction of the second building?
For the shell of the building will take about anywhere between 10 to 12 months. And then the interior build-outs of the units themselves will usually takes about from anywhere from 4 to 6 months beyond that. And it really has to do with how quickly we sell them. So the interior build-outs can be, in the first building, we're still building out the interiors of a few of the units that we have left. So most of the noisy stuff outside will be within a year. And it's quieter when we're working inside and finishing the interior of the units.
But if I remember hearing, you do have interested parties, and that's partly why you've put the square footage of certain units the way it is?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sufficient for your lender, I think is what you
Correct.
mentioned. Okay.
Yep.
So my question then is when we can really consider what should be on phase 3, which I think I certainly would like to see some of this continuation of open space. If we can't guarantee it today, we want to encourage you that we would like to see some open space, which would allow sunlight in this park area. And I want to be realistic about, because markets change over time as they have already since the inception of this development. So I want to discuss phase 3, but at the appropriate time, when we know what market you'll be facing. I think you've heard comments about having it be a buffer with some of the residential area as well. But what's your time frame on when you think, then is it 12 months, 18 months?
I think we're going to start working with the neighbors and the adjacent parties right away.
Okay.
On what that is, because I think we have to think about how that's going to come together, and it's going to take some time to work this out. So I don't, it's hard for me to see the future in terms of the exact timing of that. We're going to start working on it right away, in terms of what we think can go there, how's it going to impact the neighbors, what do the neighbors want, what do we, what do buyers want, so we're going to work on it. We're not just going to put it on a shelf and say, okay, when it happens, we're going to come to it. I'm a little bit, not sure I'm 100% clear on what happens with phase 3, but we're just one of the partners in the city being one, neighbors being one, and us as if we're going to purchase it and all that we can buy it. So I think, the thought process is not to leave this alone for any time and to really start working on it right away.
Okay.
So, I don't know if that's a very direct answer for what you're having, but it is not to let this thing sit.
Right, but understanding that there will be some plan for open space, perhaps this continuation, gives me a lot more comfort in proceeding with phase 2.
Yeah, I don't think we didn't propose the open space that we're proposing in phase 3 without looking at the possibilities of how buildings would fit on there to do that, to think that we could do that. We think that makes sense, from what we see today. So, we're constantly looking at those and doing that, making sure that, widths work and parking spaces work and, all those sorts of things, that we can fit units within that. We didn't just say, oh, we'll just extend the open space to that area. We have looked at what fits in there and what doesn't fit in there. But as I say, heights of things and how does that all work out? We've got a long, ways to go on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Then I have one question for Kathy. Since our questions should be directed to petitioner or staff, but it's regarding the library and any potential plans the library might have that might move simultaneously over the next year that we should consider as we look at phase 3.
You're welcome to respond to that.
I can swear you in. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to your best knowledge?
Yes.
State your name, please.
Hi, I'm Catherine Limmer. I'm the library director. We have been for 2.5 years been advancing a redevelopment of the library. We are committed to living in a landlocked site. All the proposals we are looking at are either going up or underground. So we don't anticipate that we would slide any farther north than we currently understand as our property line.
Okay. Because it is called the Plan Commission, and we'd like to plan ahead.
Believe me, as I told Todd tonight, my last HVAC working thermostat is no longer working. So we are very seriously crunching numbers and looking at plans and responding to community to understand what's the best thing to do with this building, or ultimately what's the best thing to do to provide library service to this community.
Said he must have the same HVAC guy for this.
Yeah, no kidding. I know I'm hot. She has a thermostat. I saw her turn it on.
Yeah. Well, thank you. We certainly appreciate the resources at the library. Does anyone else have any questions for the petitioner or staff? All right, then we are closing the public testimony portion. And we will ask if the petitioner has any response, any rebuttal to any comments that were given, followed by staff, if staff has any comments.
I don't have anything further.
Okay. So we are now open for commission discussion and comment. Members?
Well, I appreciate the extension, the opportunity to extend this green space. I mean, I think that's rather nice. I also would encourage them to try to work that termination, which he says he's gonna try to pull off both those things. I think that'll help the marketability of the building on phase 3. But I like the extension of that green space. I'd encourage that to remain in the next plan. And I'm in favor of the petition.
Yeah, I mean, I think since the overall site plan changed from the master plan in that the easternmost lots are now combined into one, I strongly am in favor of staff's recommendation that we can look at phase 3, that it goes back to city council. We get to take a look at phase 3 and get to see all the parts of it. I think the extension of the open space to the east was a really good idea, and I think that will enhance your future building 3 anyways, because then you have a unit that overlooks a park. It's got 2 corners to it, it's got some nice open space. I think it's a benefit for everybody. And I do like the phase 2 building. I think you did a great job of connecting it back to the church, kind of creating that courtyard with the existing church. And I think it's a nice master plan, but I would want to see phase 3 come back soon.
I felt that the petitioner did a great job answering all of our questions from a month ago, and I would echo concerns and comments about phase 3, but I'm in favor of the current petition.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
I want to thank Peter and Todd for all their work on this. I mean, you've really addressed a lot of our concerns. The increased green space provides much needed open air and space. I'm still hoping for the cultural corridor kind of idea. So I'm not in favor of a building being put up there, just because I think it's adds too much density, especially if we consider now that the church might eventually build out. And I just think it just is such a negative impact on the neighbors to the east that I just think that can really impact the resale value on their homes. So I just would like to see that be green space. I know that's not part of this, but the problem is there's just too much uncertainty with that right now too. So and that's hard for everyone to live with. So the sooner we can get that figured out, the better. But I would really like to see it more open space. I appreciate the pedestrian flow. That was really easy to figure out. I'm glad to see you were thinking about where everyone's going to be coming from every direction to go to everywhere they want to go, church, library. So one thing I would really encourage the city to do, Kathy, is really look at those pedestrian crossings from the train station across. They're not really well marked. It's not lighted. People are flying by there. And that's also true with if you're coming from that Upper Gorton parking lot to the library. There's no lighting, it's not maintained, it's never plowed, and it's really a dangerous situation. And so if we're gonna be expecting more people to park in there and reach all these areas, we need the city to step up and kind of take care of that parking lot and the crossing. Let's see. But the one thing I keep coming back to, and I just can't get over the fact that I think that this doesn't really, it impacts the character of the neighborhood negatively, I think. Just because I don't think it's within character. It doesn't really follow the master plan guidelines because it is too tall and it is too massive and it's not within character of what I think is the surrounding neighborhood. It looks more like a converted warehouse than Regents Row or something that's more residential in feel. And I think that is just a killer for me because I think all you see from Market Square is this massive brick wall. And then it dwarfs the library and the church. And I don't think that's what you intended, but with the 4th floor patio out there, I think it's just such a dominant feature in this neighborhood. And I think there's such a big change in the neighborhood. That's not what the master plan intended. So I'm not really supportive of the development, unfortunately. But I do appreciate all the work that you've done, and I really appreciate you looking at that. So.
Any other comments from commissioners? I would entertain a motion.
I'd make a motion to recommend approval of the plat of re-subdivision for the second phase of the McKinley Road development to the City Council, subject to the conditions outlined in the staff's report, including a condition, the plat and final review, all of those things you have. But then, as it relates to number 2, Kathy, I would recommend that the City Council direct the Plan Commission to review and refine the concepts and development parameters for Phase 3 of the development, and to the extent possible, without disclosing confidential terms of the contract, recommend density and/or open space guidelines for the Commission to consider. And then the third one that you had discussed earlier, that the city engineer review the staging area throughout construction of Phase 2.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a question on that, because it seems like we are the recommending body as the Plan Commission, and we should decide density overall plan and make that recommendation affirmatively to the City Council. And it seems like you want to then push that to the council again.
Right, so what I would suggest there is we made a recommendation about the land swap and our view of it, and the City Council rejected it. They entered into a contract where they did a land swap, so they absolutely did. They changed the size of the open space.
Okay, changes are different from negating what we did. I think they decided to, and combine both phases 3 and 4, and that still gives us the opportunity for open space. I don't think they negated what we did, I don't.
Well, let's be clear about what we submitted to City Council last time. It included open space.
Which was in 2016.
I understand. And they didn't, well, what if they removed a building? I mean, that's a change. So I'm just asking for direction. I mean, the original master plan talked about some type of multifamily housing, potentially single-family facing Westminster, and it talked about the placement of a building, not a specific footprint, but a building. And so I just want to help move it along. To your point, and I think it's an excellent point, Chairman, is that I want to keep the momentum going on this development. I mean, we don't want them to have to keep coming back through here. I'd like to see if there are potential buyers that are being drawn to these condos, might they be drawn to a townhome that sits behind these? I mean, those back units are going to be harder to sell no matter what. So we have to keep the momentum going. We can't wait for a downturn in the market and be stuck with, you know, something that isn't going to be taken to completion. So I'm just saying, if City Council has thoughts in mind as to density that they can share with us, so that when they come back to us, we can move it along.
And there are details, there are parameters in the purchase sale agreement that I think respond to those questions and provide that guidance. We will make sure you have that as you discuss phase 3.
Yeah,
No, what
I'm in
was
favor of the
interesting
open
is-
space. I'm absolutely, I've been from the beginning. I think if the library decides to go down or up and potentially removes the back, some portion of the north end of that building, if they create an opening there, that allows for perhaps more handicap access, I think it does create a pathway. And so I haven't been negative to the library's involvement. I've just been curious as to why, to me, that northern corridor was like the perfect place to keep the open space. But the city came back and told us,
Right.
this is the way it's gonna be, this is what the contract, so now I just wanna make sure we don't go through that again.
Well, and that was clarity that was added between the last meeting and
Right.
tonight. But I did review each of the 2016 Plan Commission meetings where we discussed Phase 3, because we did discuss townhomes originally, but we moved to one building. And I remember there was even some discussion as a road, and if you see the site out there today, I mean, it's pretty narrow. You wouldn't want a road there. And what was sent, and is still open to potential change, but what was sent was this third building. Okay.
Correct. And some form of multifamily housing facing Westminster potentially. So, I mean, I don't have an opinion on that.
That I think
Peter's
may have
much smarter
changed.
than I am. He'll figure that out and come back to us. I just think if we had some kind of a, you know, guideline within which we could work, it would be helpful.
So tell us what you can from the agreement that's signed.
Will do.
Do you want me to repeat that? Or what did I do with my notes?
It would be
Are
helpful,
we
yeah.
No,
clear?
I think we have it.
All right, I would make a motion to recommend approval of the plat of re-subdivision for the second phase of the McKinley Road redevelopment to the City Council, subject to the conditions in paragraphs A and B of the staff report. I would further recommend that the City Council direct the Plan Commission to review and refine the concepts and development parameters for Phase 3 of the development, and to the extent possible, without disclosing confidential terms of the agreement, recommend density and open space guidelines for the Plan Commission's consideration. Third, city engineer to review staging area throughout construction of Phase 2.
I'll second it again.
Any other comments? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Nay.
The motion carries 5-1. Thank you, and we have a third item on the agenda.
I think you got your Market Square mirror.
And our third item on the agenda is consideration of a request for a special use permit to authorize Scouts, a casual restaurant, to occupy space in an existing building at 950 Northwestern Avenue, commonly known as Westwood Square. A portion of the proposed restaurant is located within 150 feet of property zoned for residential use. Property owners are Westward Center LLC, Todd Altunian, 25%, Nicole Altunian, 25%, Jennifer Bianchi, 25%, and James Altunian II, 25%. The tenant is Scouts, with Jason Aikman of Bottleneck Management, a partner in Scouts, and the representative is Peter Whitmer, architect. And you are?
Jason Ackman.
Hi, Jason. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to your best knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thanks to the commission for staying up late. I'm used to it as a restaurateur, but not for everybody every day. So thanks for having me this evening. I want to give you a little background first and foremost on who I am and where I'm from and what my idea is for Scouts. I'm first and foremost here as a resident of Lake Forest. I've been here for a little less than 2 years. Moved here after a 23-year stint in the big city. And before that, Bloomington Normal for Illinois Wesleyan University. And before that, Elgin, Illinois, where most of my family's from and still lives. I was born into the restaurant business. My father owned a 4-star restaurant. I never give him 5, but he owned a 4-star restaurant for about 15 years in Elgin called the Buttermans. It was housed in a Victorian mansion that had 23 rooms, and I basically played in all of them as a child. In particular in the kitchen, where I learned the restaurant business the way that fathers teach their sons how to be in the restaurant business, by washing dishes as early as 7 years old. I can say that over the course of my career in hospitality, I've pretty much worked every position in any restaurant. I've been involved in projects all over the country. Early in my career, I was working for other people and then very quickly decided that it was better to work for myself. So at the ripe old age of 25, opened a bar across the street from Wrigley Field. And yes, it was a bar. Yes, I was 25. And yes, I'm still here. That restaurant, or bar, I should say, has been in operation since 2001. I actually just sold it this summer. From there, I have built a mini organization of about 42 corporate employees and about 1,500 restaurant employees. I have restaurants in 7 different states. We are currently under construction for 6 projects this year. One of them is at Disney Spring down in Orlando. If you ever want to know what it's like to work with the mouse, it's very difficult to work with the mouse. But it's a great honor to be a part of a project like that. We have 16 operating restaurants now, grown from that one little tavern that we started 20 years ago in Wrigleyville. And this project for me is not about any of that. I like to refer to that as the Beatles, and this is a solo album for me. I've done one other project like this. I did it in Pittsburgh with an executive chef that I worked with in one of my Michigan Avenue restaurants, and it's a 60-seat restaurant that's in the Shady Side neighborhood of Pittsburgh that we're trying to win a Beard Award. So we were nominated last year. Hopefully we'll do a little better this year. This, for me, is my attempt to participate in community in a way that I know how very, very well, and fill a need that I believe our community could benefit from. I believe that we have 2 distinct types of restaurants in town. I believe that town is the place for restaurants, not out of town or on the outskirts of town, but in town. I think that the restaurant world is revitalizing developments, it's revitalizing towns, and the people who are investing in them and the communities that are investing in them are seeing the benefits of them if invested in properly. So for me, what I saw the opening here in was the opportunity to put a restaurant that serves both the family community as well as the restaurant diner, if you will. I think that you can have a multi-generational restaurant in town that both allows kids to be in there and also affords an adult meal. I don't think that they're mutually exclusive, and I don't think that they have to be relegated to one place or another. I think that my experience in the restaurants that I've done in affluent suburbs nationwide all have taught me that you can have both if you design properly. So if you put yourself in the right situation and you design the space properly, and then you offer what I would consider to be approachable, accessible, casual food, it doesn't mean that it has to be burgers in a basket. I think that you can do honest, healthy, good, locally sourced food and drink that is sensibly curated and honorably prepared. And I think that you can do that at a price point that affords a lot of citizens to participate in it and isn't mutually exclusive to any one group or another. I say this because my wife and I have 3 children. We have 3 children under the age of 7, and finding a place to eat for them has been interesting since we left the city. How about that? I think that it's a need for the city. I think that it would work very well in this particular location. I first got brought into the project by Mr. Altunian when I met him to kind of talk about what kind of could go here. Would anything work here? You're an expert restaurateur, what do you think? And I kind of backed my way into it. And I said, you know, I'm not sure whether it's something that I would be interested in, and I'm not sure whether it's something I want to do. And, you know, I kind of hemmed and hawed. But for those of you that know Mr. Altunian, he has a way to get you to kind of keep plugging along, if you will. So I kept looking at it, and I kept getting more and more interested the more I looked at it. And because I live about a Tiger Woods 3-wad away from this particular property, I would walk over there with my kids at night. I would kind of drive by it on the way to Jewel or Fresh Market and kind of sit and stare at it for a minute and say, well, could it work? And ultimately came to the conclusion that it could. Ultimately worked with Mr. Altunian and Mr. Whitmer to try and come up with a plan that made sense for the type of operation that I wanted to bring to Lake Forest. Because as my wife told me, probably the day we moved in here, she said, it's not a question of if you're going to want to put a restaurant here, it's a question of when. And I think that the right opportunity has presented itself. Certainly the right partnership has presented itself with Todd and Mr. Whitmer. And I'm excited to kind of move forward. So I wanted to address a couple things with regard to where this sits in the development as a whole and, you know, how it relates to the development as a whole. I know that they're presenting to you guys on the entirety of the project, so I'll try and stay specific to my restaurant. The restaurant itself is a little over 6,000 square feet. It holds somewhere between 200 and 210 seats inside. There'll be somewhere around 40 to 50 outside. The main purpose for the size, as far as I'm concerned, is the demand for restaurants in the suburbs is not like the demand for restaurants in the city. In the city, you can produce 2 to 3 turns, strong lunches, and have a lot more opportunity to turn a smaller restaurant over several times. So your 60-seat restaurant in the city is really a 200-seat restaurant in the city. Whereas in the suburbs, there tends to be one demand, one time frame that's busy, one turn that happens, and you need to be able to, based upon the economics of any deal, you need to be able to turn that restaurant once at a volume that makes you be profitable, for lack of a better way of saying it. So one of the things that we worked on very early in this was how big is too big and how small is too small? And we settled in on the 6,000 square foot number and the number of seats that we have as something that doesn't feel enormous and certainly hasn't been designed that way, but also doesn't feel too small and won't be able to accommodate the number of seats I was hoping to get, which was always been somewhere between 200 and 250. So that's the site as a whole. If you look at where it sits with relationship to the building, you have Woodland to the north with a parking lot. You have Western to the east, and then obviously the Jewel parking lot to the south with the alleyway there. From our residential proximity, this is the furthest parcel away from any residence within this property. We've taken great care to orient as much of the restaurant forward as we could. We've also thought about where we can put the services that will support this restaurant and where that will take place. So getting more specific about the restaurant itself and how it will be serviced, I think that a lot of the concern that has been brought up to me has been surrounding two things in particular. One is noise and/or smell, and then the second is what is the circulation pattern of both the customer and the support of the restaurant, albeit a vendor or a employee. So let me address what I can first with regard to the vendors. So deliveries and the like, and what that traffic pattern would look like and what times and what days that would impact the community. In my restaurant concepts, we try and take delivery of major items, whether that's food and or beverage, twice a week. Sometimes it's only once a week. It depends on the restaurant's volume. My anticipation for this volume would be that we would be taking it twice a week. The hope is that we're going to be able to take that product between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. I do not plan on having employees in this restaurant earlier than that, ever. So I don't anticipate ever taking a delivery at this restaurant before 8 a.m. I also don't anticipate this going past 4 p.m. because typically the delivery drivers are off the street by then. It's very rare that they're out past 4 p.m. That's mandated by the distributors, not by me. Location of the deliveries. Off the street, I think we're very fortunate here with this building's configuration to have a circulation pattern around the building. As someone who's taken deliveries on major city streets for the last 25 years, this is a huge advantage. The trucks can park, they can turn their engines off. They are not being pushed by traffic, they're not blocking traffic. They're certainly not in the pedestrian way or even a part of the streetscape when they're in a situation like this. So I think that that was another draw for me to this space, is that I wasn't going to have to worry about the impact of this particular space when it came to taking a delivery. Secondly is garbage removal. Again, the building is very well set up for waste removal, and that it has built-in waste containers in the back of the building. There are plenty of waste containers and plenty of size for us to be able to handle the volume of this restaurant. We would anticipate every day of the week besides Sunday for pickup. Again, I can request delivery windows or pickup windows with the provider, so that it would be my hope that I could get a delivery window that again, or a pickup window that again helps my restaurant the most, which is usually in the afternoon, so that I have a clean dumpster going into my evening service. Typically, they do well with that request. If they don't, I find a different provider usually. Employees, as a second kind of, again, trafficker of the area. First question that everyone asks is, you know, a restaurant like this is going to employ 20 to 30 people at any given time on a shift change. Where are they going to park? And how is that going to impact the surrounding community? It is my hope that we can utilize the public lots that are surrounding the property, in particular the lots at the train station, with monthly passes, certainly for my management teams and people who are regular employees. And the part-time people can either be there or hopefully in a street parking spot on Western. There's a plethora of them currently. My hope is that my customers change that and I force everyone to be in the lot. But I don't think that that's asking too much of my employees. I ask a lot more of them in my city locations and haven't had much pushback. So I don't think it will be a challenge or a struggle for me to say, you've got to park in the city lot when you come work here. I think enforcing that's easy. It's simply something that needs to be emphasized. And if you do, it will be enforced by your management team. As I said, I live 300 yards away. It's very important to me that this have a positive impact on the community, not a negative one. So you're certain that I will be enforcing it as the owner of the restaurant. Third is parking for patrons. So with this particular location, one of the initial challenges that I brought up with Todd and Mr. Whitmer was, you know, there's no parking right in front of it. It's not like Market House where you have the big, you know, CTA lots and the city lots that are right here. There isn't as direct a parking straight across the street like you have for maybe the Lantern. There's no lot like it is for Chiefs. There's no, there's nothing like the parking deck we have over for Francesca's. And I just said, where do you see this happening? And, you know, he pointed to the 20 surface spots that are just south on the corner of Woodland and Western. And then he pointed to the basement. And he said, I've got 40 spots down here. And I said, that's a good start. I think that then there's plenty of parking based upon what I've seen from use and just living here for the last 2 years along Western, where people are going to park there, similar to what they do for Authentico currently and what they do currently for the Lantern. And based upon car volumes for what they've got, there's more than enough on Western to kind of accommodate it, especially if you look at it in conjunction with what we have on site already. It would be my hope that there would be an on-site valet, certainly on the weekend. I would hope we could make an arrangement with the city that would allow us to do it during the week as well, where we'd have a valet right at our front door that was utilizing, again, the underutilized metro lots after hours that, you know, commuters have hopefully returned. So the impact wouldn't be too great on that. But I anticipate that that would also take up a good portion of the customers that were coming to see me. So I think that that kind of addresses the three outside influences. The specifics of the restaurant itself, I'll go back and talk a little bit about what I believe multi-generational restaurants can be. Again, I anticipate a price point here that is somewhere between $12 and $24 for your meal per person. I anticipate, again, seating, if you look at the plan that I've got here, it's designed specifically for families. There are large booths, there are groups of tables that are easily pushed together so that when grandparents want to go with their children and their grandchildren to eat, they can do that. There's surfaces to pull up high chairs all over this restaurant. There's what I call barrier seats, which are those round booths which allow you to put your two toddlers in between you and your wife and keep them in. Again, I think it brings a lot of the elements that I've had the fortune to learn about doing other restaurants in other places, bring them to downtown Lake Forest and implement them here. I think that overall, the bar is appropriately sized for the space. It's certainly going to be a holding place for people who are going to want to have tables in the dining room. I anticipate them being held in the bar or along the front, along Western, which I think will provide perfect circulation and give them a view of what will be an open kitchen at the back of the restaurant, and hopefully kind of entice them to want to sit down and have dinner. I think that the entryway is wide and big, and again, so that we haven't taken every square foot of this and tried to cram more seats, or made one element bigger than another. I think that the dining room is appropriately sized, the bar is appropriately sized, the seating ratios for high top to low top, it's far greater of a low top seated restaurant. Again, considering who our audience is and who we're going to be targeting, I think it's appropriate. I think that there'll be outdoor seating in the courtyard that will allow for an alfresco element here that also, I think, works in conjunction with the idea that we're keeping everything internal here. We're trying to do as much as we can on site. We're keeping the outdoor element is not out in front of the restaurant. It's not out in the open or an adjacent parcel. It is internalized inside a four-walled courtyard in the center of the building. I think it's going to create a wonderful environment to dine in, and I think will allow us to string beautiful lights up and maybe put a fire or a water feature back there if we can, that will again enhance everybody's feeling being back there. Again, I think you'll see that we're not trying to cram 100 seats onto a patio that could fit it. We're trying to create an environment that is capably serviced by this restaurant and that creates something that is a relaxed atmosphere and a casual environment. So going through the parking, once again, it's listed here that we've got the underground, we've got the surface, there is the street, there is remote parking available. So I think that the parking that we have provided for the restaurant, again, supplemented with some valet, if we do see heavy traffic at that 6, 7 o'clock hour during the weekend on the weekend, I think will be more than sufficient to park this restaurant. I think that the employees of the restaurant being forced to park remotely will absolutely solve that problem. And I'm confident that if there's any issues that arise from that, we have options to be able to address them both on the street and in adjacent lots. The deliveries we spoke about earlier, there is one-way entry from Woodland and an exit on Western. I don't think that that's asking a lot. I think most of the trucks prefer being told and understanding what they are. Again, it allows for an alignment of a truck on the south side of the building where we show it shadowed there in gray, where someone can park the truck, turn the engine off, make the deliveries through the rear door of the restaurant, and not disturb any traffic on the streetscape. The hours are 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. for deliveries, and the hours of operation for the restaurant will be lunch and dinner from 11:30 to 11:30. The 11:30 a.m. start is to accommodate basically traffic pattern that I see at my other restaurants. All my other restaurants open at 11:30. That's a change from what some people have traditionally opened at 11. And then the 11:30 p.m. close that's what we see as a close time for a second turn if we have one in the restaurant. So these are parameters for hours. Obviously, traffic and operation will dictate both the start time and the close time. If we end up opening up earlier on Sunday for brunch, we might. But I think our hope is that we can run every day from 11 to 11:30 to 11:30. Lastly, I just want to talk about what the feeling of the restaurant's going to be. My hope in calling it Scouts, and what Peter and I have preliminarily started to discuss in the design, is to ensure that we are including the entire community. And that it's a community restaurant that is focused on the residents of Lake Forest. I'm not trying to win an award. I'm trying to serve my community with hospitality. I believe that that's something that I've spent my lifetime cultivating, and I'm excited and looking forward to the opportunity to bringing it to the town that I've decided to make my home in, hopefully for the next 30 years, 40 years. So I appreciate your time in hearing me this evening and the late hour, and would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Well, thank you very much. Now we would like to hear staff.
Just a few brief comments. This is before you because it is a restaurant which is in part within 150 feet of a residential zoning district. You may recall that you saw a sushi restaurant at the northwest corner of this building a couple months ago. That restaurant was wholly within 150 feet. I believe you had an illustration in your packet. If this restaurant was a little further away, it would not come before the Plan Commission at all. It would just be allowed by right. The conditions that are detailed in the staff report are very similar to the conditions for the sushi restaurant. Some of them pertain to the site overall, and some of them pertain specifically to this restaurant. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do commissioners have any questions or requests for clarification from the commission to the petitioner or staff?
I have a question.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Peter or Todd, now considering that now we have 2 restaurants on this site, do you think we have sufficient parking in the garage and for 2 restaurants to share?
I think during the week of the regular hours, we do. I think as Jason has alluded to, we need to go to valet, and I think the weekends is probably gonna require that. And I think we need it. I mean, as Jason has said, we wanna make it easy for the customer to come, so we may offer that regardless, because he wants to be able, if a person can't find a parking spot, they keep on going down the road. So I think we're gonna have to have it in conjunction with some valet.
Okay, and so I noticed like on one of the plans, does that mean the valet will kind of pull into, like, this parking spaces there to get out of the
There's-
flow of traffic on
Yeah,
Western?
yeah, there's, I think there's 2 or 3 spots directly in the front, right in front of the opening there. And I think the thought would be is that we would, ask the city for, if we could make those valet just for valet for certain hours and
Yeah,
however
so they
we
get
work
out of
that.
the flow, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Kathy, is there any kind of requirement with offering valet parking and getting out of that flow of traffic? Because Western's pretty busy.
We would work with the restaurant much as we have worked with Deer Path Inn.
Oh, okay, okay. And, so I know we've been through this before. You guys were really good about Curo, and so I can see and everything smells, sound, it's less of an impact with this one, so I think I'm kind of impressed that you did all that, so thank you for considering that. I'm just wondering, who do you consider your competitors for this restaurant?
I think that the space that's available is somewhere above Chiefs and the Lantern, and below maybe the Deer Path and Market Square. I think MLG attempts it, but doesn't answer the bell. I think that there's an approachability that I don't think that maybe they have. But I would think that every restaurant in town has a seat available, so they're all my competitors one way or another. I think that there's so many different ways that diners can choose to dine now that everybody kind of has to fall into a niche, if you will. And I think that there's a void in this particular niche that is, as has been referenced in other people that have presented this evening, that is being filled in other townships. And I think that they don't have to be fulfilled there. And to be frank and to be completely transparent, I'm building the restaurant right next to Lazy Dog and Melody Farm. That will be my 12th CityWorks. So that will be open in August. So not only am I there, but I really want to be here. That's with the Beatles. This is my solo album. And so understand that I think that that's really what the new landscape of restaurant touring is that, if you want a certain thing, there's a certain place you go to get that. Whereas I think in the past it has been more of a catch-all experience. And so I think that when you're trying to dine with your family, I'm going to be a very good option. Silo's obviously another, I think, competitor. But I think similar to Silo, we want to have that same approachability, those same large, low-top scale seating tables so that you can take a group of people who it's a little harder to fit in some of the other restaurants and be dressed a little more casually even, where when you're done with a soccer game on a Saturday and you want to have lunch, I'm an answer that isn't a bar. That's the niche I'm trying to fill, and that's where I'm trying to play.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Berg, any questions?
I was just noticing the rendering, so you're gonna be re-fenestrating the building and various things like that. I think that's very interesting.
Nice.
I mean, has any of that happened yet, or is it, no? It's quite a changeover from the way it
We're
looks now.
basically, we're gonna go in front of the building board. I think we have it in for submission for that. And basically, we're gonna tear off the skin of the face of the
So
building. and
You're
all
gonna get
those-
rid of that little roof apron, and you're gonna.
Yeah,
put a
all
parapet
that's
on
gonna
and
go and
windows and so
redo,
forth.
yeah.
Wow.
We're gonna invest in the building substantially.
Is that gonna go around the bend to the?
Yeah, and
building
on the
too?
north side too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Nice.
Okay, that's my only question that I had. But outside of the menu, you don't have the menu yet, do you?
Not yet.
No, but I'm getting hungry.
Commissioner Robles, do you have any questions?
I do not have any questions. I thought it was a very comprehensive package.
I like the window on the side too, that's pretty great. I mean, that was a blank wall right now, right? You can't even see, now you can see a little bit.
Commissioner Douglas?
No questions.
Commissioner Freeman?
Just one, Jason, thanks for your enthusiasm, appreciate it. You've read, I take it, just for the record, all the conditions, 1 through 13? I mean, some of them apply to the building overall, but I think they'll require you to execute against them, employee parking, smoking, things like that. And you're comfortable with all of those?
Absolutely.
All right, that's all I have.
I appreciated hearing the whole story and the enthusiasm for coming to Lake Forest. I have to think of a question to put in here. How did you come up with the name Scouts?
Where in the world did you come up with that?
pictures behind you. We'll,
I think when I was thinking about this initially, if you want to do pickup, is there any kind of parking, 15-minute parking, the way they have at some other restaurants?
I think that with the lot on site, you know, both the lot on the lower level and the surface lot, you know, to the north, I think certainly that's an opportunity that we can all pursue. I think that's pretty common, certainly in the age of Uber Eats and Grubhub and, you know, DoorDash and things like that. When you do have delivery, I'm sure the sushi operator will have delivery for his food. So I'm sure that we're gonna have to work on something like that out of that parking lot, so that does get answered. But I wouldn't anticipate that being more than 1 or 2 spots.
And I think my next question would be for Mr. Whitmer. The parking spaces below, are they assigned to individual tenants?
No, it's open parking.
Always open?
Open, yeah, especially in the evening. Now, during the day, there may be some office tenants, but that'll be just a handful.
Well, that's what I was wondering, if the office tenants
Yeah.
would have.
Just probably less than half a dozen. would be.
Okay.
But definitely after, in the evening, it's open parking for the restaurants.
Okay. Thank you.
That's from the parking lot right now.
Yeah.
Do you have an elevator up from the parking lot?
Okay.
Okay. And you're clearing out those boxy things inside the courtyard, right, to make way for tables and? Very nice. The windows in the courtyard too are gonna be redone and all that?
Some of the windows will be redone depending upon the 2 front spaces, and yes, we're gonna redevelop that courtyard, take out the box.
Yeah, that was always something, waiting for something to happen to it.
Any other questions for petitioner or staff? Any public testimony? Yes, sir. Are you Nicholas?
Correct.
Okay. And Nicholas, have you been sworn in yet tonight?
Several times.
Due for another swearing?
I would like to compliment the commission for their fortitude and stamina. I know I've reached the end of mine, but we recently received a certified letter from Mr. Whitmore, and in that letter, it stated that the hours of operations would be 11:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. and Friday and Saturday, 11:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. and on Sundays, 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. Lo and behold, I was shocked to find out with the information that was handed out tonight that it's going to be 11:30 to 11:30. So I'd like to clear that up. Which is it?
I mean, 11:30 to 11:30 is the hours that we'd like to have the opportunity to operate. You know, again, in the morning on a Sunday, we might open earlier for brunch. That's at 9 a.m. But I think that ultimately business is going to dictate what our closing time is. I know that there's several locations around town that close earlier than that.
I think most do.
And I would anticipate that we would fall in line if business dictated, but if business dictates that we can stay open, I'd love the opportunity to be able to do so.
The other surprise that came along in the packet that was handed out was amplified sound in the courtyard for 40 additional seats. So now we're looking at a seating capacity of approximately 250 during those months when it's reasonable to sit outside. That seems to me to be quite a large restaurant. Much bigger than we thought when we first heard about the proposal that was going to be put before the Planning Commission. One of the other things I guess is the exterior lighting in the alley. Want to make sure that it's type that's rather subdued and not going to be an issue. And I hate to be a cynic, but it's gonna be hard to believe if you can provide parking for 60 people in the basement and 24 in that parking lot, that the rest of these 250 people aren't gonna park in the neighborhood. So I'm questioning your assumptions with respect to the parking. And the other thing is, you're gonna have to share that parking with another restaurant. Unless you're assuming that the sushi restaurant will have no customers, in which case then all the parking will belong to you. But I don't think that's a safe assumption. All in all, I guess we were surprised by the scope of this project. And while we were, did not feel that the sushi restaurant that was going to be much of an issue, I have some real concerns. We've lived in the neighborhood for over 20 years and spent probably 10 years behind the Burger King. And when that grease truck came in and the grease was pumped out, you heard that engine in that truck rev up to operate those pumps. And this was like 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night. So I'm not supportive of this project at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Corky Peterson? Okay. Are there any other members of the public who would like to give testimony?
You know, I would like to maybe say a couple of things there.
Okay, let me swear you in.
I'm,
Let me,
yeah,
could you please?
and I did not swear. Because I wasn't
Memorized by now. Do you solemnly swear, declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to your best knowledge?
I do.
And please state your name.
Roberta Boyaris,
Thank you.
and we are the closest, we're like 50 feet from the restaurant. We're the closest house. And I do want to tell you that if you're going to be using that courtyard and you're going to have music out there, when the pizza place was in there and the kids were all there in the evening, I'm sitting in my house and I can hear all this noise. So you might want to think about putting something over the roof there. Or come over to my house and sit with me and listen along. But we were really shocked about the hours because all, you know, the other ones had to be done at 10 o'clock. So anyway, we're surprised and we're gonna have a big restaurant close to us.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? We have time for final questions from the commission to the petitioners or staff. Public testimony is now closed. Any questions?
Well, I'll just ask the same questions. As you know, I live another block away from here. So, just to answer the questions of the Boyarises, how are we going to monitor the sound, Kathy? Is there someone that's responsible for saying, okay, it's too much sound that we have to cut it back, or how do we monitor that for the neighbors?
I'm looking, I thought we included a condition speaking to sound, but.
It's 11.
So the condition as recommended states any amplified sound in the courtyard shall be at a level so that the sound is not audible at any location off of the site at any time. The conditions of the special use permit are the responsibility ultimately of the property owner. So if we receive complaints, we would investigate those complaints. And if conditions of the special use permit are violated, our approach is to first work with the property owner and the tenant to get the matter corrected. And if it cannot be corrected, then we would return to the Plan Commission for discussion and resolution.
Okay.
Special use permits, if the conditions are not followed, can be revoked by the city council.
Okay, and I noticed that also about the lighting with condition 5, about minimize light impacts on the neighboring homes. So when we talk about the lighting in the alleyway, that will be covered by this condition?
In BRB.
Yes, and the other code regulations of the city do require that lighting be the source of the light be fully shielded, that it be directed downward, and that lights, except for safety and security lights required by public safety, be turned off after hours.
Okay, and then speaking of hours, is there, I mean, there's a discrepancy here in the hours. So, what is it? I mean, is there a regulation from the city that they have to be closed at a certain time? I mean, what have you guys, there seems to be discrepancy between you two. And I think the neighbors deserve to know what time the operations are of this restaurant.
I think I heard clearly the requested hours, 11:30 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. The city code that pertains to liquor licenses requires that restaurants close no later than midnight. But what we see in the community, obviously, the restaurants close and cater to when there are customers there. But the city code does allow restaurants to remain open till 12.
Okay,
We rarely see that, though.
right. I think the only two places I see that is maybe Chiefs and Lantern, right, and they're open later. But most restaurants close like 9:30, I think, right? Okay, and then, in terms of the sound from the grease trucks, so is that going to be an issue for the neighbors?
I can speak pretty specifically to that. We use an internal grease containment system. So that grease containment system would be housed in our basement. There is a truck that does come and pump it out. We don't do the grease volume that a fast food restaurant would do. We get it at my busiest restaurant in downtown Chicago. It's once a month. I can dictate the time. They're usually in and out in 30 minutes. I don't anticipate that being an issue here, whereas with a Burger King or some other fast food, I mean, that's weekly or more. That's not an issue for us here. There are restaurants that I don't even have to do it other than quarterly. So we'll see based upon volume what's necessary here, but I don't anticipate that being a problem for us.
Okay, great. And then Peter and Todd, just like we talked about with Curo, you'll be responsive to the neighbors' complaints and address all issues as, okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I just have one, Kathy. What's the latest hour where that patio-style restaurants are open in the city right now? You know, outdoor dining.
From the section of the code that pertains to the liquor license. And let me just read it just because I can't think straight. It shall be unlawful for any holder of a liquor license issued under this chapter to sell or offer for sale any alcoholic liquor in the city between the hours of 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. Notwithstanding the foregoing, sale of alcoholic liquors on premises consumption may not occur in any outdoor dining areas after the hour of 12 midnight, or the close of the restaurant operations at the licensed premises. So you couldn't have employees after the restaurant closed, sitting out in the courtyard drinking. That would be a violation of this code. But the code does permit until midnight.
Okay.
Although, on page 9, item 10, all activity in the outdoor courtyard shall end no later than 11 p.m., including cleanup.
And a special use permit can impose greater conditions. I understood the question to be the liquor license, but yes, we are recommending that the outdoor patio in this case close at 11. I don't know if that.
Curo, what are the hours at Curo?
I can look that up.
And I'm thinking Authentico, which has some outdoor seating. What time do they close?
Authentico can stay open till midnight.
They can, and they do.
I'm not sure that they do.
Okay,
I've
so,
never seen
so they can both,
I've never seen them open that late.
we tend to be an early town. I was at MLG the other night at 9:30 and we were one of the last groups. But I'm sensitive, I'm sensitive to the neighbors' concern on,
So I texted my son hours ago, there'll be nothing open when I leave.
yeah. I guess my only question or open item would be on what hours committee would like to allow at this point? Or should we allow what the petitioner requests, but ask that it be reconsidered if there are complaints?
You know, this doesn't face the neighborhood. It's not like Kuro where you half see it from the West Park neighborhood. You know, all the activity is out the front door.
Well, in the summer, the courtyard,
But the courtyard isn't open to the back. I mean, it's not like there's a tunnel walking out the back. There's a wall there, right? And it's full of.
yes, but the neighbors indicated that they had heard noise from the courtyard. That's why I'm asking.
Well, you know, I'm kind of thinking that
But we're closing it at 11,
Let the-
the way it is.
And we have a condition saying sound can't
Yeah.
go outside the
Yes.
premises.
and if there's issues, then we call, you know,
They have to eat quietly.
they, you know, they have to deal with them, right?
Right.
You know, I mean, and we've dealt with that with Burger King for many years. There were a lot of issues, and they had to deal with them. And now we're getting assurances from the new neighbors or the new owners that they know of these past issues. I mean, we went through that with the last restaurant, and hopefully they'll be more responsive. So if there are really a lot of noise, then maybe, you know, they bring the issue back here. I mean, Kathy gets enough complaints.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd rather restrict the hours than lose their special use permit. So, that's the enforcement mechanism.
Right. Glad we discussed it briefly. Any,
Recommend that the hours be consistent with the restaurant.
well, I believe at this point, what I'm hearing from the other commissioners is that because of the new owners at this location who are local, and this is the request of a new restaurant coming into town, that we will allow those hours initially, but they're subject to review, and if there are complaints, then they can be reconsidered. That's what I'm hearing the tenor of the commission to be.
And because of the different exposures of the two restaurants to the residential area, which in this case is much less. Yes.
Except for the courtyard, I mean, I don't know what might happen with that.
Well, that condition 10 in the courtyard, it says
Right.
11.
Noise levels.
But, yeah,
Because
noise
there'll be no
levels.
visual, it's gonna be noise.
Sounds appealing to be off the street actually to me, but,
Yeah, I agree.
yeah. Any other comments, questions, from the commission?
Will the chair entertain a motion?
I will.
Would recommend approval of the special use permit to authorize Scouts, a full-service restaurant to locate in the Westwood Center with frontage on Western Avenue, 950 North Western Avenue, subject to the conditions 1 through 13 in the staff's report.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Welcome to town.
Yes.
What's the score?
You know it's tomorrow night, thank goodness.
Oh, here I've been thinking. Oh, I'm sorry. And we have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Oh, yes.
So moved.
Second.
Second? All those in favor? Aye. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Take care, guys.
Bye-bye.